and it is my pleasure to be your host over the next 3 days as we begin what promises to be one of the region's most substantive energy dialogues. OPES Talks 2026 is held under the theme Winning Through Collaboration, Achieving a Sustainable Energy Future. And over the next 3 days, the sessions in this room will explore every dimension of that challenge, from the future of oil and gas and the transition to clean energy, to the digital revolution shaping the industry, and the talent development needed to ensure that Oman's ambitions are matched by its capabilities. This program is also CPT certified. Your participation earns you continuing professional development recognition. Further details are available at the registration desk. And now, without further delay, let us begin. Our opening keynote this morning examines one of the most strategically significant bilateral frameworks in the region, the Oman-India Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement, and what it means for the energy sector on both sides. I am pleased to invite our first speaker to the stage, Mr. C.H. Srinivas, the Executive Director of Lubricants at Hindustan Petroleum Corporation Limited. Welcome, Mr. Srinivas, to the stage.
Thank you, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamu alaikum. Very good morning to all of you. It's really an honor for me to be here and speaking to you all. Thanks to the OPS leadership for giving me this opportunity. Now, I was looking at the theme which the madam has just now said, which is, I was really fascinated and impressed with about the theme, which is, the winning through collaboration and achieving sustainable energy. I'm sure this theme must have been coined by the leadership over here much before the current geopolitical situation that we are having. And how true it is that, all nations or companies are scouting for collaboration with an objective of winning two themes. One is not only having an energy security, but also how do we tread the path of transition. So this is where the collaboration plays very important role. And in terms of, why is it so important? Yes, no longer unipolar or bipolar or multi. These days, the generations have shifted to multinational, national frameworks, which help us to, achieve the end objective. So in this direction, I feel the greatest collaboration that has happened between Oman and India sometime back last year, close of last year, Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement has been signed, which I feel personally a path-breaking kind of an initiative in this part of geography. So thanks for this opportunity to speak a few insights or my perspectives on this great agreement. So what is this story about India and Oman? Why is it so important? I would say three things, three factors, which actually makes the difference in this part of geography. One is, geographical proximity. When I say this, I come from Mumbai. I take more time to travel to Kolkata or Thiruvananthapuram as compared to what I take to come to Muscat. That makes a lot of difference. Am I at home? Yes. That apart, these recent developments that has shown to the world the importance of Oman because it's outside the Strait of Hormuz. That also plays a great important role. So one is geographical proximity. The second is the cultural connect. In the morning, one of the speakers was talking about the heritage roots that were existing 2,000 years or 3,000. I also did some amount of reading on this. And I was pleasantly surprised that, morning speaker forgot to mention, but then India was also part of this heritage roots. A lot of trade was happening back then, thousands of years back. So the second story is on the cultural connect. And of course, these days, Indian diaspora is significantly present over here, almost like 12 to 13% of the population. All this is because of the hospitality and the acceptance, the culture of Oman, which is known within this geography of GCC. That is how probably multi-faith, multi-country diaspora are able to thrive over here. So the third element, the third story, which I would say is the growing economies. I mean, both the countries are growing, especially if you look at India, the growth story is known. We are third largest economy in terms of PPP and inching towards 5 trillion economy. Likewise, Oman also has been steadily growing, rich in natural resources. And one other thing which is very common between these two countries are both the leaderships have certain vision. In case of India, it's Honorable Prime Minister vision of Vikasit Bharat 2047. In case of Oman, it's Vision 2040. And if you carefully go through these documents, you realize that there are a lot of commonalities, which is looking beyond the traditional hydrocarbon space, renewables, manufacturing, and more than anything else, the development of the habitants or improving their lifestyle or creating the opportunities, employment opportunities. So these are the factors which actually will catapult this SEPA agreement into future growth story. So this is my strong belief that this SEPA which has been signed is going to create a story around in this part of the geography. Now, what is the current economy? It's about 10.5 billion. A similar agreement signed with one of your neighboring country a few years back. Today, every year, at least 10 to 15 billion dollars of trade gets added and crossed 100 billion. I'm sure because of this, probably the latest developments or otherwise kind of resources that you all have, this trade is going to go 10x times in next 4 to 5 years. Now, how this can happen? Before I get into what can be the drivers, I would like to take a few minutes on what are the, I would say, where do we stand and what are the gaps? Briefly, where do we stand? I already said 10.5 billion trade that's happening. It always happens in any between two countries. There can be difference in quantum, but yes, that's growing. Second is on the almost like institutional investments that have happened over a period of time. About 6,000 plus joint ventures and about 600 million USD Oman India Fund, which is also helping the growth. So these are the two things which are very important. And if you look at gaps, pleasantly surprised that India contributes just about 2% of services that are imported by Oman, whereas India has significant contribution on services to the entire world. So that is one gap which can be a potential growth. Of course, chemical trade mismatch. Morning we were hearing on fertilizers. Yes, there are exports, but yes, still there are gaps in terms of what Oman is contributing to or India is contributing to Oman both ways. The third gap, which is significant, which I find very important, is the contribution of Oman in India's hydrocarbon story. Currently, it is about $2 billion of imports that India has against $140 billion imports that India does annually. So these are the gaps and also opportunities. Now, why SEPA between India and Oman will succeed? I have 5 drivers which I foresee are going to help take this agreement forward. The first one is, as I said, the hydrocarbon itself, the traditional hydrocarbon space. You all must be knowing India imports or India requires about 5 million barrel per day of the hydrocarbons and growing. What is the growth? next 3 to 4 years, it is expected that it would add at least 1.2 to 1.3 million barrels per day. Now, what is current Oman's production is also around that. That means that not only that we have so much of requirement, but the growth is almost like adding Oman's current production. Like, for example, HPCL, which I represent, is one of the largest 40 billion end-to-end in energy space. We have about 2 refineries, 3 are in joint ventures, so total 5. And we also import more than this 1.2 million barrels per day. So one company's requirement itself is so huge. So this is where I guess Oman can play a major role. LPG, we have our own company has a customer base of 90 million. This is another opportunity. And above all, the LNG story. LNG story is yet to be, fully leveraged. We have huge requirements. In fact, HPCL has started one new regasification project terminal in Chara, Gujarat, which is very close to Oman. So this itself, this again is an opportunity to improve the LNG contribution. India has a ambitious target of achieving 15% of gas-based economy. That means LNG has a great future. So this hydrocarbon could be one driver, but what are the action points that can be, or the possibilities that we can look at it? One is, of course, strategic reserves. I heard that this is moving in a very brisk pace post this global situation. It can be in India, it can be in Oman, but then there is a joint investments that can be made and making these reserves available for both the countries or the world itself. Of course, long-term supply contracts that we do have, we need to have more and more. And probably the investments in regasification, either brownfield or greenfield, will also help. In fact, very recently, there was a news item which I read that we are planning to lay a deep water pipeline, deep water crude lines from Oman to India, which itself is going to be a great history that is going to get created, and I'm sure Oman is going to participate in a big way. So this is the driver one on hydrocarbons. Driver two, I would strongly put my vote on the chemicals and the downstream value chain. That actually is not at explode completely. We have good stories around. There are this, Oman India Fertilizer Company, OMIFCO, is a success story, and there is a need for fertilizers that can go on. What about petchem? What about the methanols or the specialty chemicals? The requirement is huge, therefore there's a potential. One other thing which I feel strongly is going to add to us is somehow I come from lubricant space. I handle this for last 2 years I've been handling. There's a huge opportunity that Oman seems to be missing, while one of the neighboring countries has become the leader in lubricant manufacturing hub while they are inside. Whereas Oman is slightly positioned better than them. There's a huge scope for setting up of blending and create it as a hub between India. India has a huge base oil production capacities expanding. That becomes a source as a feedstock, and the market is GCC, market is COMESA. COMESA is the eastern part of the Africa. So this is again another, I would bet on this. So likewise, the third driver I would feel is the renewables. We heard in the morning, Oman is doing exceptionally well. Hydrom is on the way. They did a lot of stories, growing well. And back in India, a lot of efforts are being put, a lot of research is being done on hydrogen end-to-end, where almost like, we are very close to commercialization, like our own R&D has been, we have invented or come up with patented technologies, AEM, and we are also working on H2 ICE engines and we are tying up. We are about to launch a commercial model for the hydrogen. So, hydrogen, green ammonia could be a great synergy. Green ammonia is a real. I mean, India also has sustainable targets and can absorb green ammonia. So, Oman is the producer and India is the consumer. So, I would say years to come, this part of this story of green alignment would kick off well and then add to our growth story. So a fourth driver is the logistics. Yes, there is need for improvement while Oman has invested in deep water ports, which facilitates transshipments. But yes, the routes are yet commercially viable as of now. The more and more uh, the more and more transportation or logistics that get used for the movement of these goods, I'm sure this will also help. So there can be an access between India, Oman, and again I say COMESA. These three triangular axes can help both the countries. India can, produce or assemble and set up manufacturing units in Oman for assembling and then ship it to COMESA, where the growth is going to come in future. The fifth driver, I would say, is the technology and the people part of it, yes? Uh, it's very important. Both the countries have, more so Oman as part of that 2040 wants to, provide employment opportunities to Omanis. Now, there is a need for upskilling. Obviously, every country needs upskilling, more, so also Omanis. So India has a matured tech educational system. Can this be leveraged for upskilling of Ominis so that they will be integral part of the development that's going to happen? Similarly, on the technological front, India is becoming hub for GCC, and a lot of research is happening. So this technology can be deployed or can be used by Ominis at fraction of cost. So I don't know how much time I have, but then yes, I would say 5 drivers to sum it up. Yes, hydrocarbon, leapfrog, leverage it, and make big. Second is your traditional chemicals. Third is your green access. Fourth is your logistics. Fifth is the people part and the technology. So these are the 5 drivers I'm sure are going to help SEPA to grow, and both the countries will not only achieve I just said 100 billion sometime back, but that's too less. 3 to 4 years, I'm sure we are going to cross much more than what we are anticipating. So, Women Vision 2040 and Viksit Bharat 2047, both are in alignment, have same commonalities and same purposes. I'm sure the SEPA will take both these countries, achieve these targets. And once again, thank you all for giving me this opportunity. Thanks to OPS and all the very best for the OPS for the next 3 days show. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Srinivas. A compelling opening to our program and a reminder of the commercial partnerships that give this industry its forward momentum. We now move to our first panel discussion for the day. The oil and gas industry is not retreating, it's reinventing itself. From AI-powered reservoir management to methane abatement and integrated carbon management. The tools of reinvention are available. The challenge is deployment at pace and scale. Our panel will examine that exactly. To lead this discussion, please join me in welcoming our moderator to the stage, Saif El-Menji, the Head of Sustainability at OQEP, and his distinguished guests.
I think we have. You have a microphone there? Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. This is Saif Al-Minji. I'm the head of sustainability at OQEP. Our session for today is called Oil and Gas Reinvention. And I want to start by being honest. The word reinvention, I think the industry has become very comfortable with. We use it in every strategy deck, we use it in every annual report, we use it in every stage like this. So we are here today to test the word, not to celebrate it, to test it. With all what's happening in the world, the UAE exiting OPEC, the tensions in Hormuz, the oil demand and prices are getting higher. Are we ready for this change? Is it a dramatic change or everything will go back to normal? This is what we are going to explore today. And I'm very lucky to be surrounded by our distinguished guests who are covering the whole spectrum from human capital development, the investment and infrastructure, the research and development, and also the day-to-day operations in the oil and gas operations. So I hope we enjoy the sessions, and I would like to start by introducing each panelist. And I would like you also to answer after introducing yourself, to answer, do you think what's happening right now is a pivot change or everything will just go back to normal? نبدأ معك أبو خالد.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. صباح الخير للجميع. Good morning, everyone. My name is Faisal Al-Dihani. I'm the managing director of Saudi Arabian Drilling Academy. I've been in the industry for almost 22 years in oil and gas. And just to respond to your question, whoever been in this industry sometime will understand, we have a very dynamic industry that you always have to adapt to change. You have to be resilient. And I'm going to answer your question from HR point of view, since I've spent the majority of my life in Saudi Aramco, and now I'm heading a drilling academy. Every time we face a challenge, speaking previously about COVID-19 and what happened, and today the war, usually we look at the human resource side. When border close, we always depend on local. And I think we have to ensure that our local talent is ready across all countries. I remember back in COVID-19 when border closed, we depend even with the low skill, which is a threat to our industry. Working with a very low skill in a very dangerous job will not only expose a human to injury or even fatality, but even operation will sometime shut down. And this is the last news drilling people would like to hear, non-productive time. Because when you stop, you will be losing money. So current situation right now also take us back to ensure that whenever we have such a challenge, we have ready people to complete and proceed with the operation without any interruption. So other solution is always available. Now we are exporting oil from the Red Sea. So you'll find some logistic solution, but I'm talking about who will be operating these wells. This is just to address the side of a human resource from this side. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Chris McMillan, Chief Technology Officer for Inawati. My background is from the engineering side of things for natural gas compression and processing. So thank you for having me. Honored to be a part of the session. And to answer your question, Saif, I feel like in the short term, we're going to see some disruption. And we already have seen disruption, but medium to long term, historically the GCC has proven to be very resilient, and I feel like it's going to be an opportunity to grow innovation and sort of come up with some unique solutions for the region. So it's kind of where I'm thinking.
Good morning. My name is Prof. Hussein Kazum. I'm the UNESCO RCQ Chair in Emerging Renewable and Sustainable Energy Technology, and I'm working in the field of research academia for the last 30 years. Regarding the question of invention and the situation now in the Gulf, It's a new situation in Hormuz. It's a new issue. My opinion is that it triggers something, and the time before this issue happened is different. The time after it happened, I guess that the situation will be totally different because we are not talking about only oil and gas. We are talking about any type of energy produced in the region, hydrogen, green hydrogen, and other type of energy. It's the region become, let me say, trigger the insecurity for the oil and gas, for green hydrogen. So they have to search for a way how to deal with this unsafe part of the world. It's happened once. Hopefully it will disappear, but it's not the last. It triggers something, and let's wait and see what will happen next. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hussein. My name is Badr Al-Amri from Medco Energy Oman. I've been working in the oil and gas industry for the past 24 years. Petroleum engineer by background. I'm working on the enhanced oil recovery now. Well, to answer your question, Saif, I think this is very healthy. It's not happening for the first time. If we look historically now, the oil and gas industry as an industry has been going through so many events, right? Some of which are actually of high intensity, even higher than what we are currently seeing. So it basically triggers the fact that we need to look for alternatives, keep those alternatives always available. As Faisal highlighted, our industry is very dynamic, and it will always be very dynamic. So we have to be always prepared. Stagnation is not an option, right, in this case. Geopolitically, probably Oman played a major role in this now, considering its location. And basically, the supply is not stopping, but it will face some difficulties. Back again, all in all, this is very healthy, and we need to be always prepared and keep alternatives available rather than just, consider the situation and deal with it. And this is my opinion, in short.
Let's start from there, Badr. Nahna, we talk about the maximizing the recovery. Can this coexist with decarbonization plans, or one has to win over the other?
Well, interesting question, Saif. But I would say that they can coexist, provided that we are actually prepared. See, the way it works now, I've been working now in the enhanced oil recovery projects for long enough, more than a decade. I think there is an essential or fundamental mistake we do. The decarbonization comes later into the plan as a penalty, being offered, or basically exposing those projects into penalties because of the carbon emissions. Why don't we embed this into the plan from the beginning? EUR screening has been looking at, maximizing recovery, regardless of the carbon intensity. Why don't we qualify, screen out basically candidates for enhanced oil recovery, considering low carbon and low cost, right? So it's not maximum recovery at any cost, but in fact we need to honor constraints on cost, constraints on carbon emissions, aging facilities that we currently have, mature fields. So a number of constraints, part of which the carbon intensity, becomes as a factor at the beginning. This way they can comfortably coexist all the way through.
Forgive me, I'm a bit biased toward the green energy and, let's say, energy efficiency and stuff. So maybe I'll shift the question to Chris. We claim as sustainability champions that having a better ESG score will give you an access to better financing options. How do you see the green financial options and industry maturity in this part of region?
Sure. I think, kind of going back to your original question, there's an opportunity with the recent developments in technology and data and computing. There's new ways to monetize flare gas, or what we're calling emissions. So it's becoming more of an opportunity than a burden. in some ways. So, for example, what Inawati is doing is utilizing flare gas for power generation and using the power on site for compute, for computing power. So you're not having to transport the gas anywhere. It can be done at stranded flare gas sites. And this is a sort of unique development with new technology where what we used to see as a burden with emissions and sort of flare gas problem is now an opportunity. So I think new technology is changing that and giving us an opportunity, but I also think in terms of capital deployment and where people are investing, where operators are investing, it's into modular, scalable, mobile solutions and unique contract models. So D-Boom, finance solutions, where the contractor is taking on the burden of the capital deployment, and that's sort of opening doors for operators in the region. I think.
Is it safe to say that the technology has reached to a maturity where investing in such technologies will give you a positive return on investment, or we're still not there yet?
I think in some cases we're there, in some cases we're not. So there's never, I mean, if we're just talking flare gas in general, or like specifically flare gas, each flare gas site is unique, has its own challenges. New technology developments have opened doors for a lot of those flare gas sites, but then some of them remain challenging. So there's no one-stop solution for everything. I think each site has its own challenges. Some of them are there, some of them aren't.
Speaking of those technologies, Dr. Hussein, what, in your opinion, are the real technologies that we need to focus on? And what technologies we are just overselling, but they are not in a stage that we should, focus as operators and invest in yet?
Okay, thank you. For the technology,
إذا ممكن بس دكتور تقرب المايك.
For the technology, I believe the reinvention is there, but it's moved slowly, especially when we talk about technology. I mean, yeah, there are big highlights about decarbonization, digitalization, energy saving, energy conservation, and such things related to sustainability, but it moves slowly. The new technology is there, it's proven. Several countries, they already use them. But here, it's moving slowly. The industry did not take it seriously. The collaboration is still, and R&D, not on the level to expand it and to scale for a scalable, going for a larger scale. They still moving slowly. So I do believe there are several opportunities. Maybe the investment in green hydrogen, especially with the progress happening in renewable energy technology recently in the last 2 decades, is there as opportunity. But the way how they invest in green hydrogen supposed to be in different way. I give example here in maybe Oman and Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. They are leading in this project. There are investment, and there are much talk in media in the last few years. But we can see that it's not optimistic sector, even if there is technology, advanced technology is there, because the way how they think about producing green hydrogen and let me say, sell it to the east and west. I mean, the demand is far away from the region. Talking about East, talking about Korea, Japan, talking about East Europe, US, it's far away. And the issue in Hormuz highlighted that it is not safe to. But I do believe if they change the plan, rather than they sell it, they start to improve their infrastructure to be based on hydrogen, and they save the oil and gas they burn inside the country, which is easily to be sold anywhere in the world. So I think they need to make a game changer, upside down of the way how they will lead. So the technology is there. They just need to think in an innovative way and utilize it seriously. Yeah.
No matter how much we invest in the technologies, if we don't have a human capital ready to drive this innovation, we won't maximize the investment we have invested in the technologies. So back to you, Bu Khalid. What is SADA doing to make sure that we have a future-ready talent pool?
Before I answer your question, I would like to address a few points for the audience. I think the advancement of automation in oil and gas and in drilling in particular is moving much faster than a human development, which creates a huge gap. If you look at the IEDC 2025 reports and you see the number of fatalities and injury, I can recall the number, almost 89% of fatality happen for those who join the industry for the beginning of their 5 years career. This is a red flag, show that if you don't have a well-developed generation who can work in a very dangerous and critical job, we will still anchor fatalities, serious injury, and this is why Saudi Arabia have realized this, and in particular Saudi Aramco, where they create almost 18 academies to ensure they develop specialized personnel for oil and gas. And also I have witnessed Oman is moving in the same direction. They have developed a local talent to ensure they are ready for the critical job. Looking at our industry, it's considered in drilling and workover the second dangerous job, drilling being on the rig floor. This is second after the mining. So in Saudi Aramco, we have established SADA, where we develop a competent workforce to work at the rig with almost 7 majors. We don't want only them to learn the technical skill. We want them to be academically fit as well. Because being on a critical job without cognitive language, you are exposing yourself and your colleague to a very dangerous job. So this is why in Saudi Aramco we have formed a committee called Technical Advisory Committee. These subject matter experts work in the field. They give us feedback how we should adapt, either it's a new technology or a new operation to ensure our curriculum is up to date. And the beauty of our curriculum is interactive. So we can always update any new skill that's required for our trainees to learn before we deploy them to the rig. And also we have adopted a concept called 4x4. So we are not only teaching them one way, but we are teaching them 4 times, same topic, but in a different shape. So we start with interactive curriculums. We put them in a virtual reality or extended reality, gamification, what have you. After that, when they master the skill, we put them in a simulator, and we have huge number of simulators. You're talking about wireline, coiled tubing, cementing, multi-sim. So we believe that simulator could develop a young generation where they can make mistakes in such a safe environment, and then we deploy them to our rig. So our academy is fully developed in terms of strong resources. We have 2 wells, one with rigs and one with intervention, just to ensure these guys, before we deploy them to the field, they are competent enough and they speak the cognitive language before they go to the field. I think this is what we need exactly on the oil and gas industry. We cannot just fill the position with people with no knowledge, because we are putting them in a very dangerous situation, not only a human life, but also losing money as well. And this is how we are managing it. I think the future will be very bright for Saudi Arabia, since we are putting this on the track. And also in Oman, I have visited a number of institutes here, and I'm very proud of what Oman is doing right now to develop the local talent.
Very interesting, Bu Khalid. I just have one question about SADA. Does it currently serving only Aramco and subsidiaries, or it's open for the market?
The main purpose of developing SADA to serve Saudi Aramco contractors. So all major companies in oil and gas, you're talking about SLB, Halliburton, Weatherford, Aru, Sanad, are a stakeholder. We are only limited to provide this training for our stakeholder, just to ensure we are working with them for the Saudization level and also for the competent level. Saudi Aramco want to ensure whoever work on their contract, they are competent enough to do the job and to be safe at the location.
And I would love to take a question or two from the audience. So anyone has any question to our panelists? Then I'll take that opportunity. So I would like to get from you, gentlemen, how do you envision the next 10 years of oil and gas industry in this region? I would like everyone to answer this question. How do you envision the next 10 years on this industry in this part of the world? So let's start with you, Badr.
Very good. Actually, I see it growing and expanding. Despite basically what is happening now, we are moving forward in making our industry more resilient and actually agile in facing what we are currently simply going through, right? So we need to go through an expansion and a bit of a balance between, reductions and calls for production increases. I've been exercising reserves mapping, hydrocarbon reserves mapping. And basically, when we map these reserves and resources, we need to clearly identify between what is technically ready to be matured and when exactly we need to mature that opportunity. So we can simply balance what is technically matured can be always matured when it's the right timing, right? When there are calls for increases. Even if we are basically tapping into enhanced oil recovery projects that are, capital intensive. And from now onwards, even these capital intensive projects, they need to learn how to be more efficient. So basically saving the dollar or the amount of dollars we need to spend to basically produce a single barrel of oil or gas.
Don't you think the high returns that we get as an operators will make us a little bit more relaxed when it comes to operational efficiency?
No, more agile, I'm not more relaxed.
Doctor?
Thank you, Badr. Yeah, I totally agree with Badr that this sector will grow clearly, and this is already highlighted by the International Energy Agency, that it will be sharp in increase. Despite that the renewable energy technology take part of the cake share, I mean big share. So the energy mix and diversity in energy sectors, not only in the region, in the world, will be clear, seen, especially with the improving technology. But for the time being, I believe that in the region, they still look to the larger scale integration of renewable energy with non-renewable energy, oil and gas, but they forget other opportunity. I think they have to focus on them, such as investing in policy, investing in human capacity, investing in decarbonization, digitalization, AI, digital twin, Internet of Things, several of new, let me say, advanced method and technology. If it is considered, it will make difference, at least on the short term, because I mean, to get clear, let me say, picture for the energy mix and the participation of renewable energy, it will take time, especially large scale integration will produce many challenges. But for the long scale, I think focusing on energy saving, energy efficiency, and this point I highlighted, I think it will make difference and clear about the growth of this sector.
That one turned off. Saif, I think over the next 10 years, it's a difficult question, but in terms of efficiency, digitalization, decarbonization, subject of this discussion, new technology will open doors for growth in that sector. Just as an example, the demand of compute and growth of digital infrastructure has opened the door for Inawati to step in and provide finance solutions for stranded flare gas. And that's a recent development in the past 3 to 5 years that didn't exist before. So I think new technology will continue to drive opportunity and innovation in that sector. And I think the region, the GCC region, and Oman in particular, is very well positioned to adapt to new technologies and innovation, and to grow in that sector and grow with new technology and innovation.
What's make Oman positioned in that way?
What's that?
What's make Oman positioned in that way? What's
What makes
unique about Oman?
I think historically Oman has been open to trying new technologies, pilot projects, pilot technologies, solutions. So it's been very open to that. Oman has a existing capacity for oil and gas sector and growing in renewables. So you have the talent, you have the infrastructure, and you have the sort of need for, not need, but like openness to innovation and growth.
Khaled.
This one? Yes. Thank you. Okay. I think 10 years is not far away for oil and gas. So we start to see the projection of the future, especially nowadays in the news. I think oil and gas now looking for more strategic decision. We heard in the news 3 days ago, now UAE is gearing up for opening another port through Al Fujairah. Oil and gas company will focus more in logistic to ensure if there is any challenge, they will have plan B and C and D. Also, 10 years that we will welcome a new generation. So by then I will be retired, and we are welcoming a new generation who's more advanced in technology, this is where we are going through automation rigs, AI. We are lucky we have a very mature and professional industry. And I've been seeing, especially through conference, that our industry become mature every year. 10 years will even make it in a more advanced level to look more better opportunities, more sustainability, more resilience, and I can project the future. Oil and gas industry are helping the entire world to be a better world in hospital and all type of industry. So we are a backbone of all other industry to ensure this industry sustainable. We would make sure we have the right logistic, the right strategy, and I'm very optimistic about the future, inshallah.
And I still think you are too young to talk about retirement, Abu Khaled here.
I'm not going to tell you my age.
But anyways, thank you all. And I do believe that reinvention is happening. We are not halfway there. We are not done yet. We are just at the beginning. It's a new era, and I think it's been driven by people like you. So thank you, Abu Khaled. Thank you, Chris, Dr. Badr. It's been a pleasure to speak with you. Thank you all for attending this session, and I hope you enjoy the next 3 days of OPES and OSW. Have a good one, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Saif.
عادي عادي. It's here. Thank you to our panelists and to our moderator, Mr. Saif Al-Manji, for a session that goes to the heart of how this industry stays competitive while transforming itself. Ladies and gentlemen, please be informed that in order to receive your CPD certificates, you need to scan your badges. You can do that with the security officer over there, so please be aware of that. Moving on. The digital oil field is no longer a concept. It is an operational reality. Our next session explores what that transformation looks like from inside an operating company. For this fireside chat, please join me in welcoming to the stage Mr. Mohammed Najm, the Digital Production Deployment Lead for the MENA region at SLB. He will be joined by our moderator, Mr. Atul Kamal from Merge FM. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome them to the stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to OPES Talks. My name is Atul. I'm the program director on Merge 104.8 and host of Mornings with me, Atul, weekdays 6 to 10 a.m. And we're joined here by Mr. Mohammed Najm, who is the production deployment lead for MENA region. Mohammed, welcome to OPES Talks.
Thank you.
How are you today?
Good, excellent.
Now, we're going to start at the very beginning. If anybody isn't familiar with the term digital oil field, how would you describe it?
Okay, so this term has been evolving since 20 or 30 years ago. So it started by having a sensor bolt on a machine, start sending data, and this data sent to a control room or a office in the company, where either a human does the monitoring or a machine does the surveillance. Then we started to implement physics-based modeling to diagnose any problem and recommend for any optimization. Then we moved on from descriptive analytics to predictive analytics. We started to have AI, data-driven solutions. Then we decided to take the decision from the enterprise to the edge. So we installed a computer at the well site, which analyze the data. Even if the network fails to deliver the data to the office, the computer at the well site analyze the data and start to take decision, which opened the door for the autonomous operations. Now we started to have physics-informed AI modeling, where we don't need to build a physics-based model, which takes a lot of time to run. We can create a surrogate model, and this model can run in seconds, and you can create thousands of scenarios that will help you for optimization and business continuity. And then we started to add robotics and drones. So the journey is a very long journey. Yeah?
You mentioned AI, and AI has been a term that has been thrown around for everything. There's AI in your phone, there's AI on the laptop, there's AI in everything. One of the concerns that we have as human beings is the decision-making skills of an AI-developed program. I want to ask you, Mohammed, what decisions are we leaving to the machines and what decisions are we keeping purely human for whatever reason it might be? Could you expand on that, please?
Okay. So before you start leaving the decisions to the machine, we need to start understand the physics of the problem itself. So, for example, if you have a surface equipment, then it has a lot of data. It can transmit a lot of data. You can analyze this data, and you can utilize this data to predict the health of this equipment. And after we train it, we blind test it using historical data and make sure that the data-driven approach is giving us the reliable result that we expect. And then we start to leave it to take a decision. And sometimes we can have the human in the loop. So the AI makes an advice. So it's like an advisory mode. And then the human still takes the decision, but the AI do all the preparation work. So AI will liberate the human experience. So instead of the human spend a lot of time analyzing the data, cleaning up the data, So the AI will do all the prep work for us, give us the advice, and then it will be our decision to execute it or not. So
Okay,
yeah.
that's a lot comforting to hear as well, because there is always a human element in this
Exactly.
field, which
Exactly.
which is incredible. Which is
Exactly.
absolutely incredible. Now, you mentioned downtime, right? Reducing downtime.
Yes.
To what extent does incorporating digital oil field in the current technology help in reducing downtime?
Okay. So actually, it plays a crucial role in reducing the downtime. And the downtime here comes from, I can give several examples. So one of the examples is, let's say, the Sakharov bumping, which is, sorry for the technical jargons, yeah. So it produces the oil, and then it's a mechanical pump, which produces a lot of data. But this data is not analyzed as efficient as we expect. So we have the machine, it analyzes this data 9,000 times a day, yes, and it gives you the set points that you need to optimize. Then you make sure that not only you are increasing the uptime of the well, you are also reducing the energy consumption. So you are controlling the energy intensity as well. So this is one example. Other example is, let's say, chemical injection in the pipelines. So in order to come up with optimized chemical injection, we can, and actually this is happening, we deploy this edge computing device which analyzes the data and then control the pump to the optimum dosage, and this will minimize any leakage or any shutdown to the operations. So actually it come up with a lot of forms, and we have seen from the applications of these kind of technologies in the MENA region and worldwide, a reduction of the failure rates by 25% and increasing the uptime by 20%.
That is amazing. Those are big numbers, man.
Yes.
Now you mentioned efficiency,
Yeah.
right? And how can you explain to us how digital oil fields are lowering your lifting costs while improving output at the same time?
Yes. So the energy consumption and the energy optimization are the exact same problem. So if you have an asset which is properly optimized, you don't expect a lot of failures in it. If you have a pipeline where you have the optimum chemical injection, you don't expect the leakage. If you optimize your artificial lift system, you don't expect pump failures. So optimization will lead to optimizing the lifting cost, and at the same time reducing the emissions and help for the sustainability. And this is not only for the production side; it's also for the drilling side. So now we have seen advancement on the drilling side. Even we can see now autonomous rig operations. So the rig that can autonomously run on its own and take decisions on its own. So so this has been contributing significantly to reduce the lifting cost and increase the throughput as well.
Now, you mentioned the AI revolution in oil and gas, right? I'm sure it came with a lot of challenges in the transition, and I want to say in the evolution of incorporating digital oil field and including AI. Could you tell us some of the challenges that you face in this evolution and the steps that you're taking to overcome those challenges?
Yes. So in order to implement the AI at a larger scale, first of all, we need to have a good data foundation. And because, you might have the time series data available, but you will have a lot of unstructured data, a lot of handwritten reports from the 40s and 50s and all this. So you cannot implement AI on this kind of data. So there have been a lot of advancement on this side where we have used the natural language processing techniques to extract the required information, put it in the structured way. We have come up with data foundation layers which integrates different domains at the same time. So now, instead of having the data at discrete places, you have it in a one foundation layer, and then you can build on top of it. Some of the challenges are related to the instrumentation, level of instrumentation, because if you want to go for autonomous operations, at the end you need to have the equipment that will enable you to take control. So this is another challenge, an opportunity at the same time. Another challenge is the connectivity. So actually, if you want to enable robotics, drones, all this kind of things, you cannot rely on fiber optics. You will need to rely more on private 5G networks where you can control all these equipment in the field. Another challenge is, the organizational challenge. So people are afraid of the AI. So we will need to educate and advocate about how AI will make our lives easier. It's not going to take our jobs. It will make it more efficient. And we need to spend some more time on this, because sometimes we have the best tool, but nobody wants to use it or afraid to use it.
I think, you mentioned that, afraid to use it. I think that's the key word here, because AI, like my opinion, I always think AI is a supplementary thing. It's there to assist us, right? The primary job is done by us, but AI does not have the human emotion when it comes to it, I think you absolutely nailed it when you said afraid. How do we get people to be a little more accepting of the way AI is being used in digital oil field?
So actually, companies are playing a lot of big roles in this. So I'm going to talk from the perspective from SLB, because at the end of the day, we are a service company. So we have seen that companies are spending a good amount of money on educating the people. We have been doing AI academies for the operators to educate them more about the use of AI. And then now there are, at the beginning, AI was for the niche developers. Now AI is for everyone. So everyone can make an agent. So anyone can code now. So it's much easier now to accept it. And another thing that we need to focus on is the organization itself. So the roles and responsibilities, because this will help us to ingest the AI into our business process. Okay. Otherwise, it will be very difficult to adopt it as part of the day-to-day operation.
Yeah, that's fair. Now, I want to move away from AI for a quick second. Now, the national oil companies here in the Sultanate, we're leveraging digital technology. How is this process here in the Sultanate different from the international oil companies?
Okay, so actually, we see that we see that the Sultanate here, the companies here, has a lot of advanced technologies. And actually, this is not happening today. It was for a long time ago. So the concept of digital oil field, the concept of integrated production system modeling, even the vision to have autonomous operation. So it's going on currently in the Sultanate. The challenge that we need to work on is, as you told you, the instrumentation, the 5G network, the openness for cloud, because this will give you tons of opportunities. And in order to have the openness to cloud, you need to think about disaster recovery. You need to think about refining the cybersecurity standards and understand which operations can be done on the OT network, which operations needs to be on the IT network. So these kind of things we need to work on.
You mentioned cybersecurity,
yes,
right? I don't know if you noticed, but my ears went up when I heard that. Does that mean that we can, the industry itself can collaborate with the telecom companies here and the IT companies here to make it an incredibly safe system?
Definitely. Yeah. This is definitely what needs to happen. And actually, I think it's happening because, as I told you, if you want to go for robotics and drone operations, you cannot rely on fiber optics. You need to have a 5G network. And the 5G network will be provided by a service provider here. If you want to open for cloud, I know that the data residency is still an issue. So you can build your data center here. So the collaboration with the tech providers, because even the high computing power, if you want to go for agentic AIs and thousands of simulation, then you need to have the right infrastructure, and this will come from the collaboration with the tech providers. Yeah.
Now, the evolution of the digital evolution of oil and gas has been absolutely incredible over the last 10, 20 years.
Yeah.
What are we looking at in the future? What's the next 10 years? And obviously, we're all building towards Oman Vision 2040, right? What's the next 10, 15 years looking like in this evolution?
Okay. So I can see that there will be more reliance on the autonomous operations because this will help us to efficiently manage the remote fields and the high-risk fields, because sending people for 100 kilometers every day, this is not safe. Yeah. Also, the concept of the intelligent well pad, where you have the wells, you can do the well test autonomously, you can inject chemical autonomously, you can control the set points of your artificial lift systems autonomously. So this is coming. Also, the dependence on the agentic AI. So as you see, ADNOC has initiated a large-scale agentic AI, for example, dedicated to the energy value chain. I think this is going to spread across the region and worldwide as well. And and in the agentic AI, you can have a company made of agents. So you can have an agent. You can ask this agent, and this agent will delegate a task to other agent to come up with question, the answer to your questions. So I see that autonomous operations will scale up, the agentic AI will scale up, and I feel that, and I believe that the operation itself will be much safer and much efficient, and it will help us in our efforts for the net zero targets.
That's incredible. Now, before you're a busy man, before we let you go, Mohammed, do we have any questions in the audience? Anybody regarding AI, oil and gas? No? We're good? Mr. Mohammed Najm, you are the production deployment lead for the MENA region. Thank you so much for spending time with us. Thank you for joining us in OPES Talks, and hope you have, and you as well, everybody, have an incredible next 3 days here at OPES. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. A fascinating look at the operational reality of the digital oil field. We now hear from our next speaker. In an era where offshore logistics must become faster, cleaner, and more cost-efficient, new forms of mobility are emerging as part of the energy transition. Our next presentation explores sea gliders, all-electric crafts that float, foil, and fly close to the water's surface, combining the speed of an aircraft with the convenience and lower operating cost of a vessel. Please join me in welcoming to the stage Mr. Shadi Al Abdullah, Regional Director for the Middle East at Regent Craft.
Test, okay. Excellent. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here with you today. Look forward to presenting to you Regent. Regent is developing all-electric sea gliders for high-speed maritime transportation. Excellent. So 40% of the world's population lives in coastal communities, but there's a lot of challenge in connecting these coastal communities. Sometimes you don't have the right mode of transport, it's maybe too slow, too expensive, or it doesn't even exist. So we feel like there's a way to improve coastal transportation. So give you kind of a case study here at San Diego and Los Angeles. It's about 200 kilometers. If you travel by car, as we all know, ground infrastructure doesn't scale as fast as population, so you're susceptible to traffic, accidents. If you take an airplane for such a short ride, you spend more time in the airport on both sides than you do actually on the airplane, and that could be also expensive. If you took a ferry, ferries are very slow, and they're also if there's some waves, they could be uncomfortable. But they are very convenient because a lot of times you can pick up a ferry right in the city center on the coast, and it's a lower operating cost. So we feel like there's trade-offs between all these modes of transportation, but we feel like there's a gap that can be filled with sea gliders. So a lot of engineering technology, I feel like, comes from nature, especially in aviation. So if you look at these seabirds, they travel really, really long distances, just gliding right above the surface of the water. So in aviation, there's the concept of ground effect. So if you fly within a wingspan of the surface of the water, you conserve about 20% energy. And they are able to do really, really long distances. And then with being an electric sea glider, energy is very important. So we need to conserve as much energy as possible to be able to push that range as much as possible. So walk you through kind of the sea glider concept. So a sea glider is actually a vessel.
Hello everyone, good morning. Please be noted that ISRTC sessions will be starting from 11:50 a.m. in the rear of Hall 1. There is a section in the rear of Hall 1 as ISRTC area. Thank you so much. And it will be starting at 11:50 a.m. Thank you.
All right, excellent. We can go back. So as I was saying, sea gliders are vessels. So you pick them up from the dock. So I'll give you an example here. You'd board a sea glider like you'd board a vessel. Obviously, the dock has to be the right geometry to accommodate a sea glider, and the dock has to be electrified. Once you push off from the dock, you're pretty much a boat. You move just like a boat. Once you get away from the dock, you're able to transition to the hydrofoil. So the hydrofoil allows you to get out of the waves and reduce your energy consumption and also increase your speed. So once you get away from the traffic, you can then transition to flight. And you'll see the vessel here. Once it gets out of the traffic of the harbor, you'll see the vehicle transition from foil to fly. Now you're flying within a wingspan of the surface of the water at the speed of about 160 knots. And you don't go higher than that. And so you stay in that ground effect like the seabirds I mentioned earlier to conserve energy. It's controlled left, right, fast and slow, just like a boat. So it's boat controls, not aviation controls. And this first sea glider can do about 300 kilometers of range, which is pretty far for an electric vehicle, carrying 12 passengers or 1,600 kg of payload. So the sea glider is the first vehicle of its kind that can float like a boat, hydrofoil like a fast vessel, and also fly. And we proved this concept a couple years ago. This is our quarter-scale prototype. To give you an idea of the size, this is about 5-meter wingspan. So this vehicle, you'll see it bouncing up and down. It's still in the boat mode, in float mode. as you give it power, you'll see it rise up onto the hydrofoil. Once in the hydrofoil, you'll notice that it's not pitching as much, not bouncing up and down. That's great for the passengers, so it's very, very comfortable. But more importantly, it allows you to transition to flight, a very safe platform to transition to flight. So unlike a seaplane that bounces up and down before flight, you go from the hydrofoil into flight. And now you're flying. Like I said, this vehicle can go about 160 knots, 290 kilometers per hour. It's all electric, so it's super quiet. So we feel like this is going to be a really new experience for mobility, traveling with these types of craft. Again, the first generation vehicle can do about 300 kilometers of range. Yeah. And this is controlled, like I said, left, right, fast and slow. So just like a boat. So what is the value of a sea glider? So you're taking the high-speed, comfortable ride of an aircraft, and you're combining it with the convenience and lower operating cost of a vessel. So you put that together, and that's this new type of mobility called the sea glider. As I've mentioned a couple times, you control it left, right, fast, and slow. So it's boat controls. This will be operated not by pilots, but by mariners, and it's under the maritime regulator. The advantage of being regulated as a boat is that there already exists a certification pathway for these types of vessels. They're considered wing-in ground effect vessels, WIGs, and there already is a certification pathway to get something like this certified. And we're going through that process right now. This is the full-scale prototype here that's operating off the coast of Rhode Island in the United States. This is a 20-meter wingspan vessel. You can see it here. It's currently being operated by humans. It's not remotely operated. And you see it here in the hydrofoil mode. And again, this can carry 12 passengers. And we'll jump into kind of the advantages of offshore energy applications as well. But like I said, 12 passengers, 1,600 kg payload, range of 300 kilometers with today's battery technology. We will be attempting transitioning to the first flight of this full-scale prototype sometime this summer. So the first generation vehicle will be called the Viceroy. Like I said, you can see all the metrics there that I've mentioned before. This will go into production next year. And again, the big feature of this is that you can carry 12 passengers, but the windows are very large, so you're not looking through little tiny windows. It's very, very quiet because it's all electric, and you're not smelling any jet fuel. So we feel like this is going to be a really game-changing new technology for coastal mobility. It can be operated just for cargo as well. So it can carry 1,600 kg, like I've mentioned many times. So this could be interesting for getting high-speed logistics to areas that don't maybe have runways or aviation connectivity. That allows, instead of getting like a weekly delivery by a boat, maybe this could be like a daily express logistics by this vessel, because the infrastructure required is not so huge. When it comes to aviation, basically you need a dock and you need to electrify the dock. And it's not a big investment to be able to add this connectivity of high-speed logistics to anywhere that has water connectivity. Yeah. The Sea Gliders, has really good economics when it comes to operating cost. And what drives that is electricity is cheaper than jet fuel, and also combustion engines are very difficult to maintain. A lot of the maintenance on an aircraft is really a lot of it to the engine. Electric motors are much easier to maintain, easier to predict time on wing, easy to swap out. So that's what drives really that lower operating cost. And if you compare it to a helicopter, one of the most expensive aviation platforms to maintain and operate. So it's that's about $2,000 per hour when you talk about helicopters. So a lot of use cases, commercial transport, tourism. We mentioned cargo. Offshore logistics is interesting, for offshore energy, offshore wind, and we can jump into that as well. So when you look at, taking a boat out to offshore infrastructure, Boats are convenient, they're low operating cost, but they're very slow. And I don't think you'd ever use one to go 5 hours out to sea, but just to kind of illustrate that, there's a big difference in travel time. Helicopters are very fast, carry similar payload, but they're very expensive. Like I said, orders of magnitude more expensive. So the Sea Glider can have a foot in kind of both worlds, the marine and aviation, and kind of deliver those economics and travel time. A lot of offshore infrastructure is within the range of the Sea Glider's current capability, which is, like I said, 300 kilometers. So it could be applicable to a lot of offshore energy logistics around the world. ADNOC announced about a year ago that they do intend to trial the Sea Glider in Abu Dhabi. So we're very excited about that. That's going to happen sometime in the near term. The next generation of vehicle that we are designing is, the first one that you saw now, which is a 12-passenger, 1,600 kg. Second generation will be much bigger, carry 100 passengers, 600-kilometer range, and that's where we think this can really disrupt regional transportation, where you're skipping, massive airports. You're able to come board this like a ferry, like you do in Europe, and you save a lot of time, and then you get dropped off somewhere more convenient than an airport that's maybe an hour outside of the city. So we feel like there's a big opportunity there for this to change how people travel regionally. I can see a world in the future where you have these Sea Glider hubs, where you have the smaller Viceroy being like a feeder network, bringing people in from closer ranges, 300 kilometers, and then they transition to the larger Monarch for the longer distances. So I can see that being potentially a future for regional transportation. So the Monarch will have the range capability to connect almost every point in the Gulf. So this could be, just a future option where you skip massive international airports and you're able to travel around the Gulf more like a ferry, but with the aircraft speed. And that's it for me. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Shadi. We now go to our final session before the prayer break. Decarbonizing upstream and midstream operations without compromising output or competitiveness is one of the industry's most demanding challenges. This interactive panel examines the practical toolkit: electrification, fuel switching, methane leak detection, SSUS integration, and energy efficiency. To lead this discussion, please join me in welcoming to the stage our moderator, Ms. Noura Al-Sawafi, who is an environment regulatory specialist at Shell Oman, alongside her guests. Please welcome them.
Chest test. Hello, everyone. I think it's still good morning with 4 minutes left. My name is Noura Sawafi. I'm from Oman Shell, and I'm pleased to moderate today's panel discussion on decarbonization and low-carbon operations in the energy sector. Today's conversation will focus on the practical realities of decarbonization, from operational transformation and retrofits opportunities to technology scalability and cross-industry collaboration. And we are joined by distinguished panels from industry leaders. Please join me to welcome Mr. Marco van der Linden, President of Consulting and Engineering International at Bilfinger. Marco has more than 30 years of international experience in engineering, consultancy, and contracting across the oil and gas industrial sectors. He has led Bilfinger operations across the Middle East, and since 2020 has overseen the company's engineering and consultancy activities in the region. Our second panelist is Mr. Mu'taz Ilyas, Head of Business Development at SOS International. Mu'taz brings more than 27 years of experience across the energy sector. Prior to joining SOS, he has served as Director of Operation at Masar Petroleum, and earlier in his career held a range of technical and leadership roles across the Middle East with SLB. So let's start the session. Is my voice audible to you guys? My question to you, Mr. Mu'taz, when we speak about low carbon operations today, are we talking about incremental optimization or a fundamental redesign of how upstream and midstream operates?
Assalamu alaikum jami'an. It's a very interesting question because if you look at Oman, Oman is targeting the increase of the production while it's tasked to halve in the greenhouse gases emissions. Yeah. So the answer for this question is both. We definitely have to have incremental. At the same time, we will still have to do a complete engineering of new projects. But what is happening on the ground right now while we talk, that the dominant is the incremental. And that's very logical because if you look at the operators in Oman here, there is hundreds of activities ongoing, and like in the renewable energy, the methane captures, the flaring, the zero flaring initiatives. This all will definitely have to will help the operators to achieve their target on reduction of halving it until 2030. And it does not require any heavy capex or heavy investment or very there is no basic engineering behind that, right? Okay. But at the same time, right? Okay, and that will help Oman to achieve their target until 2030. But the era after 2030 will definitely have to come back with real engineering designs that will have a project with low carbon emissions from the beginning as a design for that one. So the answer is both of those.
That's great. The second question for you, Mr. Marco. So which incentives best encourage operators to accelerate upstream and midstream decarbonization investments?
Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon, everybody. It's normally incentives that will look at both the operational efficiency, so you get a return on investment, as well as decarbonizing the industry. So if you find ways to actually monetize your carbon one way or the other, or reduce your energy, which also reduces carbon, those would be the ones that would be the first ones to tackle that gives you a fast return on investment. So as a good incentive.
Great. So most of the decarbonization opportunities in the GCC is brownfield retrofits to assets that are already running. What are the 2 or 3 retrofits categories that consistently pay back, and which ones still don't have a viable commercial case without a carbon price or a mandate for the sector?
Yeah, I think the answer here is straightforward. In my previous experience in Masar Petroleum, the biggest opportunity that we see is in renewable energy. And if you look at Oman, for example, if you look at PDO, for example, PDO, 60% of their emissions is coming from the power generations. And they do have a renewable energies project like Riyah 1, Riyah 2, and these 2 projects or 3 projects, right, okay, will be able to cut down the emissions by 1 million ton. 1 million ton is just 60% of what PDO is emitting, and that's definitely right. Okay, by eliminating that one, you will meet your initial objectives, right, okay, by halving it into 2030. And the second thing, right, okay, I think is the use of the the use of the zero flaring, right? Okay, the routine zero flaring will also allow you, right, okay, to monetize on the recovery of some of the liquid that has a value and that can be processed. These are the two things, and the challenges also will come from big project that needs a capital, like a mega project, and that's for the time being is quite difficult and challenging.
Thank you, Mr. Mu'taz. So from your experience, Mr. Marco, what do you think the barriers that commonly delays the decarbonization projects in upstream operations?
One of the barriers is that we actually lack a lot of data to see where we need to change something. So everybody knows that if you don't measure anything, you don't really know what to change. So although we have a lot of data, of course, process data, but if we would be able to measure more where, let's say, energy or carbon or methane leakages occur, we would also know what to actually improve upon. So whether that is the seals that will leak or whether there's energy that gets lost somewhere. So once that is all measured, then you know what to do. So that's, for me, the biggest barrier that I see in actually have targeted actions for carbon reduction.
Interesting. So what operational initiatives have or has delivered the most measurable carbon reduction with real business impact?
Well, the answer is also straightforward, and I think I touched base on it. As I mentioned, 60% of the emissions in PDO is coming from the power generations. And that is, why is that? Because if you look at Oman, unfortunately, we are blessed, but at the same time, it's a curse. The remoteness of locations, and for example, the Masar where we worked, it's around 600 kilometers from Muscat in the Ruba al-Khali. So the power generation is definitely challenging, and we do have, majority of the time, we have to use diesel power generations, and that definitely increase the emissions. So the renewable energies is the answer. And it will definitely it will help us to achieve two goals. First of all, there is strict guidelines and objectives set by Oman here on 2030. And by doing that one, will definitely help us to achieve that one. And the second thing is there is a commercial availability for it as well. So it is commercially beneficial for the operators and definitely for the government as well.
Thank you. So in Bilfinger scope of work, how can it support operators to achieve measurable upstream CO2 reduction through engineering modernization or optimization?
Yeah, so at Bilfinger Engineering and Consultancy, we normally start with an energy study, and this goes very elaborate. So wherever energy is used at facilities, like in Oman as well, you then know where you need to target your efforts on. Like I mentioned in the first question, people would be more inclined to actually take action when there is a return on investment. So after that, you can see where actually you can quickly add value as well as reduce carbon at the same time. Because normally companies are growing, they produce more, so that actually works against reducing carbon. But as long as you can reduce your carbon footprint faster than you grow, you would still have a net benefit. Now, this can take many, many forms. Technical engineering, you can electrify pumps, compressors. You can see where leak detection actually helps you to reduce these carbon emissions and heat generation. So there's a few examples that you can then look at to actually achieve your carbon reduction and at the same time save some money too.
Yeah, all right. So Mr. Mu'taz, decarbonizing the midstream value chain requires coordination across operators, service providers and regulators as well. So where is that collaboration working and where is it still broken in that chain?
Hands-on experience. As I mentioned previously, I was Director of Operations in Masar Petroleum, and I know very well that the cooperation in Oman is working perfectly, more than even majority of the people here can appreciate. So there is, for example, in the Ministry of Energy and Minerals, they have created strategies, mechanism, all anchored from Oman Vision 2040. Right? Okay. So there is a zero emission center. We have the what do you call the OPAL, and we have many institutions that they work together. Right? Okay. And there are certain individuals that they are cooperating with the operators from the ministry to measure and put what do you call this KPIs as well. Yani, on it. And the last thing, right, okay, there is a champion, there is national champions here in Oman, and you'll find OQ is a national champion for the renewable energies. OQ GN as well is a national champion that they are, gathering. I wouldn't say intelligence, but collaborations. So I think yes, it's working perfectly fine in Oman here.
Even the service providers are like strong pillar of this chain as well, beside the government and the operators?
Well, I think this is a small gap here because the service there is the service providers in Oman here, they do have a very strong technical background, but I think yes, there is a lack of unified KPIs for the service providers. And the service providers here are completely different. There are the small ones, and you have the regional, international one that you cannot put a unified KPIs for them together. But this, yes, I agree with you, Noura. I think this is a small gap here that we do it. But in general, the operators, no matter the size of the operator, and the governmental institutions are cooperating quite well on that.
Mr. Marco, so what measurable gains come from energy efficiency audits in Omani upstream assets?
So if you actually do these energy studies that I just talked about and take the measures that come out of that, it's not unusual to see a 10% reduction, 10% increase in energy efficiency, and thereby a 10% reduction in carbon emission. You can go a little bit further if you're not focusing only on the energy, but also on leakages, let's say, that you find in pipelines or flanges or seals with, let's say, the methane fugitive emissions. So it is possible for quite modern facilities that we find also in Oman and other places in the Gulf region that you can still do a 10 to 15% reduction in carbon footprint if you apply these, I would say, relatively quick and easy solutions, yeah, without having to go for years of investments.
So post the audit, energy audits, you give recommendations to operators. What would be the #1 challenge for operators to implement the recommendation in the audit?
Yeah, so the #1 challenge is indeed to get it, let's say, funded. And in certain countries, maybe not so much yet here in the Middle East, but there are incentives that the government or the regulators help you with. Yeah, that say, well, you need to reduce, and everybody has Plan 2030, Plan 2040, so they will help. But the operators generally focus more on the reliability, so they do not want their processes to be disturbed by whatever you try to do in terms of decarbonization or energy efficiency. So this balance between continuing the operation while you're trying to improve your carbon footprint is probably one of the biggest challenges, I would say.
Thank you. Mr. Mu'taz, net zero commitments across major resource holders and PDO have moved from aspiration to CapEx. What is the single most material decarbonization lever in your operation today, and what cost to carbon trade-offs are you seeing?
Again, you're making it very easy because the same answer. It is indeed renewable energy. And I can give you numbers, right, okay, if you'd like, but I don't want to bother the team as well. It is indeed a renewable energy. The other one, right, the mega project is a kind of no-go for the time being for that one.
Thank you, Mr. Mu'taz. Mr. Marco, how can engineering companies support Oman's net zero ambition practically?
Yeah, so we are aware of the regulations. We are aware of the operational constraints that companies have. So by putting those together and apply engineering solutions, that obviously is our core business, we are able to help operating companies to improve there where it matters most. And this can go from flare reduction, electrification of facilities. I mentioned already the energy studies to start with. So there's many engineering solutions that we have done in the past with other operators, I would say worldwide, that can also be applied here. Various companies are at various stages of development in that. But like I mentioned earlier, we can help them a lot with advising where the best bang for your buck can be had, energy-wise.
Thank you, Mr. Marco. I'm done with my questions. Now the floor is open for any question from the audience, if there is any. No? All right, in that case, thank you so much, Mr. Mu'taz. Thank you, Mr. Marco, for this session, and thank you all for carrying with us.
Thank you, Noura.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated as we wait for our next guest. Also, another reminder, in order to get your CPD certificate, you need to scan your badges with our security officer here. He's over there. Can you wave? He's over there if you need to. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will now hear one more presentation before we go to break. So as Oman's fields mature, enhanced oil recovery has become a national strategic priority. Our next presenter examines how polymer flooding is contributing to energy security with a focus on economic dimensions, scope of application, and ICV opportunities. Please join me in welcoming to the stage Mr. Flavien Gauthier, the Oil and Gas Project Director at SNF.
Salam alaikum. So first, I would like to thank the OPES committee to allow me to present today. It's a great pleasure to be back in Muscat. So I will present today first about EOR, how it could help oil companies to maximize the oil production from their declining and mature assets. And then I will mention about our EOR project globally in Middle East, but also what SNF is doing in Oman and how we are willing to increase our in-country value like we are doing for the past 15 years. Here we are. So first, one introduction slide about the global trend for the oil industry. So everyone agrees that the oil demand will keep on increasing until at least 2050. The current challenge the industry is facing is that there are less and less greenfield developments and more brownfield projects, meaning that we need to produce more from fields which are declining, where the oil production is continuously declining. So the industry challenge is to increase the oil production from those assets while also minimizing the environmental footprint of the oil production and still being cost efficient. So this is where polymer flooding is entering into the game, because this is one of the leading technologies to increase the recovery factor from mature assets. The average figures are ranging from 5 to 10% of increased recovery factor compared with water flooding. And with the major technological improvements we have achieved over the past few years, now there are almost no reservoir where polymer flooding could at least not be considered. So this is by far the easiest and most cost-effective EOR solution to maximize the oil recovery. So polymer flooding, the sooner the better. It is pretty obvious that injecting water only will leave quite a lot of oil in place. Soon you will reach highly uneconomic values, wasting energy and wasting also time to produce the oil. So the best is to improve the sweeping efficiency with polymer flooding, to minimize the oil production, to accelerate the oil production, and to decrease the energy spending to produce the oil. So this is a famous curve from the pointer is not working, from a project which was done in North Sea and which is still ongoing. It's a full field polymer flooding offshore. So in black, this is the oil production with water flooding. In blue, with polymer injection. And you can see two impacts. The first impact is the acceleration of the oil production. So they achieved 6 years of oil production acceleration. And then on top of the black line, this is some incremental recovery factor that would have not been achieved with water injection only. So two advantages: acceleration of the oil production and increased recovery factor. So polymer flooding, we cannot see clearly. Polymer flooding is pretty simple and straightforward. You know, people used to overthink and overconsider the complexity of polymer injection. By the end, it's nothing more than a viscous water injection. What we are targeting is simply to reduce the mobility ratio between the injected water and the oil to improve the sweeping efficiency and to mobilize the bypass oil. So with water injection, you will bypass, you will finger the oil bank, and when you will switch to polymer flooding, you will have a much better sweeping efficiency and you will sweep the previously unswept area. So again, nothing more than a viscous water flooding. It's a field-proven technology. SNF were involved in more than 350 projects over the world, and we are currently at the stage where all the pilots that we have performed over the past 10, 15 years are ramping up to large-scale projects and to fulfill developments. And this is exactly what is happening in Oman currently. SNF were the leading pioneer doing the Marmoul polymer flooding project in 2007 with PDO. And currently, PDO is expanding massively with large-scale polymer projects under development. And this is the same everywhere around the world. We are having large-scale full-field developments in China, in India, in North America, in South America, and Middle East is following the pace. It is extremely cost-effective. The average CapEx and OPEX for a full-field implementation is ranging from $3 to $6 per incremental barrel of oil. So even a few years ago, when the barrel was pretty low, we are still starting and kicking off new projects as it was economic to be done. And this is much cheaper than any exploration or drilling activities because we are focusing on existing assets, where all the investments have already been performed by the oil company. The logistic infrastructures, the field facilities, everything is in place. We just need to tie in some small and modular polymer units to have the polymer solution ready to be injected. And last but not the least, polymer flooding is helping to reduce the carbon footprint for the oil production. And this is a very important parameter. With water flooding, very soon you will reach a very high water cut, and we cannot see it with the chairs, but the higher the water cut, the more energy intensive is the oil production. And what we can see is that as soon as you are above 70 or 80% of water cut, you will be above 20 or 30 kg of CO2 per barrel of oil produced. Now, all the major oil companies, they are having the target to be below 15 or below 20 kg of CO2 per barrel. And to achieve this, you need to decrease the water cuts. And this is what we are doing with the polymer flooding, with the thanks to the improve on the sweep efficiency. So polymer flooding will reduce the water cuts, and it means we'll need less barrel of water per barrel of oil produced. And this is where we are doing the saving on the carbon footprint. When we consider the energy cost to pump the water, to lift it, to treat it, to dispose it, by the end, this is some significant savings. With mature large-scale polymer flooding, the water savings are ranging from 50 to 90% compared with water flooding. So this is not marginal. It is significant carbon footprint reduction. And this is a very important point to be raised to the investors, to the company shareholders, to the top management, that yes, we can produce more oil, but in a much more sustainable way than before. The technology has been significantly improved over the past decades. In the early days of polymer flooding, we were injecting polymer in a low temperature, low salinity sandstone reservoir. Now we are having some project in UAE with ADNOC as an example, where we are injecting polymer in 140 degrees C reservoir, 200,000 ppm of TDS water, and this is a low perm carbonate reservoir. And we are having polymers which are stable in those conditions and that are getting injected for the past 6 years. So no matter the field characteristics, there are some polymers that could be injected, then the economics may be different. And this is also something that we are currently exploring with PDOs. We're starting first by doing some polymer flooding in the field in the south with the low temperature, the low salinity. And we are currently discussing about new development in the north in the high temperature carbonate reservoir. So this will be the next step and the next progress with PDO. As I said before, there are currently more than 200 active projects and more than 350 under discussion. So this is not a concept or a small-scale project anymore. It's really large-scale developments ongoing everywhere in the world. Just a few words about ASP. There are some alkali surfactant polymer projects that can achieve some even better recovery factors than polymer flooding only. But for the time being, it's mainly pilots. The projects that are ramping up over the world, this is a polymer flooding project. Mainly due to the technological reason, it's much more easy to manage only polymer injection and also much more cost effective. So ASP or ASP should be considered as a second phase or only for some very specific conditions where the remaining oil in place is pretty low. One slide about what SNF is proposing for EOR. So we are positioning ourselves as a service provider and we are really proposing a full solution to the oil companies. So we are a chemical company. Our core business is to manufacture and to sell the specific polymer for the field conditions. But we are also providing all the equipment and engineering and projects to prepare and inject the polymer solution properly. Because there is no point to have the best-in-class polymer if you are not using the proper technology to prepare it and to inject it. And lastly, we are also providing all the services in terms of commissioning, startup, operation, and maintenance. We are currently executing end-to-end projects in Oman with more than 4 fields fully operated by SNF, with SNF Oman and our Omanese team. So we developed some modular preparation technology. We call it plug and pump system. So everything is integrated within 40-feet containers, pre-tested, pre-wired. So once it is arriving on site, you just need to connect the water and the polymer supply and the water supply, and then you are having the polymer solution ready to be injected. We even have some companies who are moving the facilities after 2-3 years, 0.3, 0.4 per volume of polymer injecting. They are changing the location and moving the modules, the containers, to another site. So this is really fully modular. In the early days in Oman, we built SNF a central facility to PDO in Marmoul to prepare the polymer solution for a large part of the field. And we are still using, PDO is still using those facilities. But I will say it's a much bigger investment for the oil company, a much longer lead time to deliver it. And by the end, the industry is really shifting from centralized facility to modular units. And this is exactly what we are discussing and what we are proposing and supporting PDO for their upcoming full field developments. There are some significant OPEX and CAPEX savings by moving from a centralized facility to a modular unit. The lead time is also significantly shorter. And what is also very interesting for the company is that by considering some modular units, we can shift from a full CAPEX project to a zero CAPEX project. We are having more and more companies and oil operators that are renting or leasing the polymer facilities. And by using some standardized units, this is fully possible, and this is something we are proposing everywhere around the world. A few words about SNF in Middle East. So Oman is clearly the leading country for polymer flooding with the MPP, the Marmoul Polymer Project in 2007 that has been started in 2010, then further extended and which is still injecting. We have also started several projects with Petrogas in Rima using the full system with the equipment and the services by our Omanese team. And we are also exploring new development with some other operators. And in Oman, there is still a lot to do because the average recovery factor is ranging between 15 and 20%. So it means there is a lot to recover and to support the government vision to be energy free and to increase the oil production before 2040. We also started several projects in UAE in the harsh conditions that I presented before with the high temperature, high salinity, and low perm reservoir characteristic in carbonate. And those projects are currently developing to large-scale developments in ADNOC. And last one with Kuwait, same thing with KOC. We performed more than 11 pilots since the past 7 years, and currently KOC is expanding to full field development because they want to increase their oil production by 40% by 2035. So polymer will be the leading solution to achieve this objective. And we are also having some other development in Bahrain, in Qatar, in Iraq, mainly. I will finish my presentation with a few slides about SNF in Oman. So ICV and local content, this is one of the core value and core strategy from SNF. So as I said before, we are an IOR pioneer in Oman by being the first partner with PDO to execute the Marmoul Polymer Flooding Project. So we then decided to create the SNF entity, an SNF Oman, which has been created in 2010. And we are currently partnering with PDO, Medco, Petrogas, and all the key operators in Oman to develop the project over here. We are currently having more than 25 engineers from Oman, and this is really something important. 100% of our SNF team to operate the field is Omani. So we are really proud to collaborate with the Ministry of Labor to increase our local content and to train local operators, local engineers to progress years after years. And we are planning to recruit significant more people with some announcement I will perform in the coming slide, and also the PDO large-scale project which are under development. 2 years ago, we inaugurated a regional technical center which has been inaugurated in Muscat, 2 years ago. Our strategy is to have a local laboratory supporting all our oil and gas development in Middle East. So not only for Oman, but also for the other countries, and not only for EOR, but also for unconventional development in UAE, in Saudi, also for drilling and production chemicals. So it's really a global development to support all our customer needs. And Thomas Diver is over here. He's our director from the technical center in Oman. And same strategy, we hired some Omanese engineers to train them, to support them, and years after years, they will take the lead on this technical center. We inaugurated in December last year our polymer processing facility in Salalah. So we are supplying 6,000 tons a year of polymer, which are getting processed in Salalah. The facility has been built by local Omani contractors and engineers, and this is really to support the local demands and also to supply our other customers in Middle East. And the next step, so this is an official announcement that we are performing today. We signed last week an agreement to build a polymer manufacturing facility in Salalah. So we're currently having our existing warehouse and polymer processing plant over here, and we secured the field with the building 500 meters nearby. And our strategy and our idea, what we are committed, is to start this plant by the end of 2026, so by Q4. So we have secured the field, we have secured the building, all the equipment have been delivered in Oman, and our strategy is to start 16,000 metric tons a year of polymer manufacturing by December this year. And we'll hire from 50 to 100 engineers and technicians in Oman, and this is again some parameters and some work we are doing closely with the Ministry of Labor. So we are expanding our local first, and we want to be local with Made in Oman polymer to supply PDO and all our major customers in Oman, but also in Middle East. And one last slide as a conclusion. So we really want to support Oman Vision 2040 for economic diversification and also sustainability, with the most part of the work performed in the country. We are having reliable people in Oman, and we want to build on this. We want to strengthen also our local supply chain with Omani partners that we are working with for the past 20 years, and to create long-term employment and skills development opportunities for our people. And lastly, we also want to deliver innovation and sustainable oil recovery solution in the country. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Mr. Flavian. We will now hear from one last speaker before our break. Our next presentation explores how rodless linear lift technology can help achieve operational excellence in marginal and deviated wells. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Yassine Tayyouj, the Business Development Manager at Triol Corporation.
Ladies and gentlemen, our guest seems to be running a bit late. Please be seated. Also, a reminder, if you want the CPT certificate, you have to scan your badges. You can do that with our security officer over there. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are so sorry for the inconvenience, but our last speaker did not show up, so we're going to break. We will resume with our hydrogen economy track in 20 minutes.
technology that is focused in the mature and marginal wells, basically. Our first slide is showing the, let's say, the most challenging environments for any artificial lift technology nowadays. There are risks of high paraffins, high scaling, high gas content in the fluid, or even, let's say, emulsion or deviation, and other inflow and outflow challenges. And as we are all aware of, this is showing the life cycle, typical life cycle of a well. Basically, our offer technology is efficient or applicable at the end of the life cycle. Beyond, let's say, the 50% production rates of these marginal wells. The system is, architecture is shown in this picture. As you might see, there are two main components of our linear ESP system. There are some surface equipment which is very similar to the ESP technology, and a downhole part, which is as well very similar still to the ESP, but there are main differences in the technology of the motor itself and the downhole pump used for this technology. I will explain it in more details. The main difference between our system and the ESP system is there is no rotation in the motor. Our motor is a permanent magnet motor. It has fully linear motion. It slides up and down, and it is connected to a plunger, dual acting pump or plunger, which is, in this case, very similar to the sucker rod downhole pumping system. The whole, let's say, downhole equipment is connected through a power cable to the surface, through the step-up transformer, and then to the controller, which is the main, let's say, control system of the whole system. Our EP02 technology is nowadays capable of producing up to 900 barrels per day, and we can go to as shallow as 4,000 meters, which is around 13,000 feet. And even for deviated wells, it can be installed up to 90 degrees. The main components as well, as I mentioned, is basically the PMM linear motor, and also the downhole telemetry and the surface controller that we have. These are the core, let's say, differentiation as well that makes this technology, let's say, better and then more reliable in these challenging environments. Just to highlight that Striol is main manufacturer of the whole system. We are holding more than 120 patents in this technology. We have a full team of 200 engineers as well, dedicated not only for this technology, but dedicated to support all our R&D in a daily basis. So the main, let's say, components, as I mentioned, that currently we are, let's say, improving, and we are basically our focus to improve the reliability of our system is the double acting lift, which is a more efficient pumping system compared to the traditional sucker rod downhole pumps. Also, we have the linear motion or the linear drive, which is a permanent magnet motor in a linear motion. The system comes pre-filled from the factory, so there will be no need for additional, let's say, field operations for filling the motor. And it is equipped with a damper for the slider of the motor to improve the reliability of the system, and also a pressure equalization system to equalize, let's say, the pressure between the intake and the interior parts of the motor. Our system as well is offering a downhole telemetry system, gauge. It is it's able to transmit all the temperatures, pressures, vibration parameters to the surface. All this is captured in our controller. VSD as well is made by our company. And the surface as well drive is a clean power line, which is CP line. What does it mean? It comes with an input filter to make the system fully compliant to the IEEE 519 standard. These are few of our solutions as well to cope for the main challenges in the daily operations per each well. So the system can be equipped with a filter to basically deal with any sand production or abrasion. In high environment, gassy environment wells, we can offer a gas separator as well with an efficiency up to 85%. Our gas separator can handle up to 2,500 cubic feet per barrel. We also can provide a shroud to improve the cooling system of the motor. And also for the paraffin and prevention, we have a very innovative solution as well, which we call the magnetic flow cleaner that can be as well arranged for these kind of challenges. These are the main types of downhole pumps and production rates that we can offer nowadays. As you can see, there are 11 types of pumping system and or plunger lifts. According to the y-axis, it's showing the depth, and the x-axis is showing the flow rate. So basically the relationship is the shallowest or deeper we install the system, the lower the production rate would be, and also the higher KVA requirements would be. Also, as I mentioned, like the surface equipment is fully capable of capturing all the downhole parameters through our telemetry system, from the downhole gauge and from the surface operation parameters, analyze it on the real time, and also take action in case of, let's say, there are any deviations from the desired operating conditions. Without shutting up the production, the system is capable of adjusting, let's say, to maintain as low production as 1 stroke per hour. And this what makes this system more, let's say, for production and for efficiency. It makes a big difference between the traditional equivalent ALS products. And this slide is showing a comparison in some of our real wells between the sucker rod and ESP systems in the same well. This is like we have two graphs for showing the power consumption difference in the same wells, and the two last graphs are showing the flow rates difference between our system and sucker rod or ESP system in the same well. So as you could see from this captured data, that our linear ESP EP02 technology can be up to 23–24% more efficient in terms of power consumption. And also we can ensure like increasing production up to, I would say, 50–100% in some of the situations. And the main advantage, because our system operates at very low frequencies, it means that downhole parameters, inflow parameters are basically very stable. There is no turbulence flow. There is no there is enough time for the gas to penetrate, to escape through the casing, which makes it very reliable in such conditions. And this is one of our very challenging as well case history. It was our first installation in the United States in the Permian Basin. We had a very challenging well where there were lots of paraffins, gas contents, and severe clogging. In the same well, we've got all the data as well collected for this well, and successfully we could reach 434 days of operation, and this was as well documented in our, let's say, with the customer, and we had, let's say, we showcase of a major improvement in the production of the same well. Yeah, so if you are interested to know more details about technology, I really welcome everybody to our booth. We are at booth number 3451. You can reach out to me or my colleague anytime for any more details. We'll be happy to share as well more data and more details and answer your questions. Thank you, gentlemen and ladies, and wish you a very good afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Yassin. We will now go to break. We will resume at 1:55 p.m. promptly with our hydrogen economy track. Thank you. conversations in the energy transition: hydrogen, CCUS, and the pathway to clean fuels. CCUS projects demand metering precision across extreme conditions. Our next presentation introduces next-generation multi-phase metering technology and its application across the full CCUS value chain. Please welcome to the stage Mr. Charlie Chen, a technical specialist at C Pioneers Tech. Let's welcome him to the stage, please.
Hello, everyone. So, good afternoon, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to C Pioneers Tech presentation and Oman OPES 2026. My name is Charlie Chen. I'm a technical specialist at C Pioneers Tech. Today, I'm delighted to share with you our presentation, metering solutions for CCUS in the Middle East, solutions that enable accurate carbon accounting and enhanced oil recovery for the region's most ambitious projects. So as we all know that the Middle East is leading in the global CCUS revolution, and this region faces a critical challenge: how to measure CO2 accurately, reliability, and cost-effectively across the entire value chain. So let's get started. So to give you a clear roadmap, what we will cover today, our presentation is structured into 4 key parts. So first we'll dive into the blooming Middle East CCUS market and why conventional metering technology simply cannot meet the demands of this region. And second, I'll explain how SPD's innovative photon quantum technology and resonance technologies overcome these fundamental limitations. Third, we'll move into the real-world results with a detailed CCUS application, including actual field measurement data. And finally, I'll give you a brief overview of C Pioneers Tech, our application, and our global track record. With that, so let's start with the market. So there are one of the 4 Gulf countries or GCC countries. So this slide shows the ambitious 2030 CCS targets for the 4 Gulf nations. Together, these countries have planned more than 26 to 28 million tons per annum of CCUS capacity by 2030, making this the fastest growing and largest CCUS market in the world. And starting with our host country, Oman. Oman has set a target of 2 to 3 MTPA of CO2 capture by 2030, and its flagship project include the OQ Mukhaizna CO2 EOR project and the Duqm Central CCUS ecosystem, as well as the Northern Corridor project in Sohar, which will enter its first operation phases in 2027 to 2028. And Oman's primary drives are mature field revitalization and UOR economics. And looking at our neighbors, the UAE leads with 10 MTPA by 2030, focused on industrial emission reduction, and for Saudi Arabia, targeted at 9 MTPA by 2030, driven by its national net zero commitment. So, and Qatar is targeting 7 to 9 MTPA by 2030 to decarbonize its natural gas processing industry. Well, it's blocked. So now, here's the most important point. Precision metering is the non-negotiable enabler for all these projects, and you cannot optimize injection, verify storage, and to carbon trade credits without accurate measurements. Okay, so let's take a deeper dive into Oman, where CCUS is not just an environmental goal, it's a national imperative. It is the only viable large-scale decarbonization pathway for Oman's 2050 net zero target, and OQ Gas Network has already announced an 800 kilometers national CO2 pipeline network. And the Mukaizna field is the world's largest onshore steam flood EOR project, and the Duqm CCUS hub will connect industrial emitters to Block 6 storage via a 200 kilometers pipeline. But Oman's reservoirs present unique challenges that make the measurement extremely difficult. So high gas volume fraction, high GGVF, so dynamic CO2 content varies from 0 to 95%, and low permeability and high sand content. Okay, and this is exactly where our photon quantum technology excels, delivering plus minus 2 to 3% accuracy in these exact conditions. So why do all these technology fails? Because Middle East, CCS operation faces 5 unique challenges that no conventional meter was designed to handle. So first, the dynamic phase change behavior, for example. So at that point, it's gonna reach a super critical, which it's gases, but it's also liquid. So at the same meantime, and second, extreme CO2 content produce fluid CO2 content varies dynamically from 0 to 95%. And third, complex four-phase flow. We have simultaneous flow of CO2, crude oil, formation water, and solids, particles, and fourth, the harsh desert conditions, temperature exceeding 50 degrees Celsius or even higher, and high H2S, and high pressure demand extreme reliability. And the fifth is the strict compliance. Industry best practice required less or equal to 5% measurement uncertainty for carbon trading, a standard traditional technology cannot meet. Yeah, these are our solutions on the right. So photon quantum CCS error plus minus 2 to 3%, and it's immune to how the flow pattern is or how the flow rate is. And traditional ways like electromagnetic, ultrasonic, radio isotope, no Gulf country, GCC, no radio isotope. And NMR is expensive and complex. And yeah. Now, these are some general things about our technology. So to solve these challenges, we have developed two types of technology, photon quantum and the resonance. Both technologies share 4 key advantages: no separation measurements, high precision and stability, integrated design, and intelligent operation. And photon quantum technology for complex 3-phase and 4-phase flow measurement with phase fraction from 0 to 100. And okay, let me briefly explain how this works. So without getting too deep into the physics, like the next page, our system uses the photons of different energy levels that interact with the multi-phase flow through the photoelectric effect and Compton scattering. We count absorbed photons to calculate the phase fraction and mixed density of the fluid. We then combine the Venturi flow measurement, temperature, and pressure data to calculate both mass flow and volume flow rate for each individual phase: oil, gas, water, and even solids. The results are accurate. Real-time measurement is completely unaffected by CO2 phase changes. This is a total line sensors, and for roll mix we have the Compton scattering effect, so it's a full cross section, unlike just one line. And sorry. For the mass fraction, we get it from the photoelectric effect, and anyone interested can come to our booth later and we can discuss further. So for resonance, this is a even simpler. It's a new metering method based on the resonance principle. We directly measure the mixed density of the fluid in the pipeline by detecting the natural frequency of the pipeline system itself. This makes it extremely robust, low cost, and due for gas liquid two-phase applications, where high accuracy is required for full three-phase measurement, not necessary. So now let's see how we deploy these technologies across entire CCUS value chain. Unlike many vendors who only provide a single point measurement, we offer 5 integrated measurement solutions that cover every stage of the process. So starting on the injection side, solution 1, MPFM after the CO2 source to measure the total incoming CO2 flow. Solution 2, MPFM upstream of the injection wellhead to measure multi-phase injection flow of carbon dioxide and hydrocarbons. And moving to the production side, MPFM directly behind the production wellhead to measure the full 3 to 4 phase flow measurements. And solution 5, short circuit synchronous separator plus high pressure, high precision CO2 analyzer for ppm level. So for storage solution verification, and this end-to-end approach gives our customer complete visibility into their entire CCUS operation. This page is pretty much on like the last slide, but this slides these are just like yeah. So this is to demonstrate how it works in practice. Look at the real-world CCUS project we have completed in China. So this is a mature conventional oil field that has been extremely developed, and like many low production well here in Middle East and also across the world, and it faces all the this made a CO2 combined with CCUS the most viable enhanced recovery solution. To date, this project has stored 2.25 million tons of CO2 with an annual oil production capacity of 100,000 tons and an annual CO2 storage capacity of 350,000 tons. So we deployed both of our 3-phase and 2-phase meters at the project tailored to the specific site conditions. So this is also the working condition of the well, pressure, range. I'm sorry some of these things are blocked, but basically it's the well condition. So on the injection side, originally, the injection well was equipped with a conventional V-cones flow meter, but as we discussed earlier, CO2 is prone to entering critical or supercritical states during long-distance pipeline transportation. Under these conditions, the V-cone flow meter was completely unable to meet the high-precision measurement requirements. To solve this, we deployed our photon quantum 2-phase flow meter as a direct replacement. So, where was it? Yeah. So to solve, we can see the deviation across those days for that specific well, and a comparison chart of daily gas injection volume. So production side, yeah. On the production side, we installed a photon quantum MPFM directly at the well outlet pipeline for real-time non-separation measurement of oil, gas, and water flow rates. We also installed a resonance flow meter on the gas pipeline to measure mass flow, phase fraction, and mixed density of CO2 containing natural gas. The results speak for themselves, and yeah, the overall deviation for liquid is only 0.023 tons. So our MPFM demonstrated excellent alignment with on-site measurement results with superior operational stability, and most importantly, our meters provide accurate carbon content data needed for sequestration, evaluation, and carbon trading, fully complying with all regulatory requirements. So to measure this, we further improved this accuracy for CCUS applications. We have developed proprietary photon quantum absorption models for mixtures of gases, hydrogen, carbons, and supercritical carbon dioxide. These models were calibrated under a wide range of temperature and pressure conditions, ensuring our meter maintained their ±2 to 3 accuracy when CO2 is in supercritical state, and a capability no other vendor can match. So for different types of gas or crude oil or heavy oil, we design our own model for measuring. So the last part is our company profile. We're from Chengdu. We're from China, Chengdu. So we have 16 product lines, from 2-phase flow meter to 3-phase flow meter for heavy oil, and phase fraction analyzers. And also we have the mobile ones, subsea, skids, downhole. This is our parameters. Okay, our products are designed to handle the most extreme operating conditions in the world. So operating pressure up to 103 megapascal, operating temperature -60 degrees Celsius to 210, customizable when it's above that temperature. Actually, recently we got a design temperature of 350-ish, if I remember correctly, and our tech team handled that. And for many of our customers asking about how to connect, so we have the Modbus RS45, RJ45, 4 of 5G, and analog 4 to 20 milliamperes, and also even satellite communication. And security level is ATAX and IP66, and most importantly, they're completely legally non-reactive, approved by the International Atomic Energy Association or agency. And we also have this cloud platform that can remotely adjust or change data or change systematic errors, things like that. Oh, okay. So we have 9 US patents, international patents, and 24 Chinese invention patents. And yeah, that's a display issue. And we have this calibration for Russia, metering also TUV, SUD, and Yale in UK. So we successfully passed it. So we know that all our products have been regularly tested and certified by the authority, and most notably, our MPFMs have completed an NEL test in the UK, and the test results confirm the average deviation for gas phase is negative 0 to 9%. Liquid phase average deviation negative 0.92%, and water color average deviation negative 0.27%. And yeah, that's for the three-phase. For the two-phase, the gas phase, the average deviation is negative 0.38%, and liquid phase is 0.27%. So, and all these qualifications and metrological products. So when I was making this presentation, actually, I was thinking, should I put this actually into this presentation? Because if we don't have those, how can we make PFMs at all, right? So, but better to still have it. And some of the projects, so Sinopac, CNOC, and also on the top right, it's a UAE, so extremely hot, and on the over there, that's the Russia, extreme cold, and Kazakhstan, USA, Albania for heavy oil. So let's power Oman and the Middle East, CCUS future together. And feel free to welcome and talk to our booth. And we're with Rashar Hamra. And yeah, if you have any questions or you want to discuss further, please come to our booth and we will talk. Yeah. And thank you, everyone. Our stand number is 4210.
Thank you, Mr. Chen. Ladies and gentlemen, we really apologize for the inconvenience, but our next session is canceled as the presenter is a no-show. So instead, we'll be moving on to the fireside chat. So refineries and heavy industry represent some of the most difficult to abate emission sources. Our fireside chat examines the technology roadmaps, clean fuel transition pathways, and commercial frameworks that make decarbonization viable for those sectors. Please join me in welcoming to the stage Mr. Nauhisa Adachi, the Deputy Head of GX Business, SBU at Mitsubishi Heavy Industries, and he will be joined by our moderator, Mr. Humaid Al-Blushi, the General Manager of HSE and Standardization at OPAL. Let's welcome them, please.
Very much.
How can I use it?
You can use it later on. Maybe you can sit together.
Okay.
Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon. Ahlan Shawab. Thank you for joining us for this quick fire chat side. And we're going to talk about something which is very important, and that's about industrial decarbonization. Decarbonization, I'm sure you've been hearing about net zero, about carbon capture, reduction of emissions, and many others, which remains a challenge today with the global warming and the pollution in the air and so many things that's happening around. This is something that we really have to control. There's plenty of work, plenty of regulations happening at different stages. We had Paris Agreement as well. That mandates, the requirements of having plans and putting all the mitigations and control.
Today we're going to focus on heavy industries and also refineries and see how they can lead the shift in this area on decarbonization. And we have Adashi with plenty of experience in that area, and it's an opportunity to share some of that here in this panel. And hopefully it will be value adding to yourself. And please be prepared to ask some questions toward the end, because it will matter to everyone. Either it's upstream, it's downstream, it is commercial businesses, it's going to be there, and it will be a requirement, and the mandates will be stricter, stronger as we go forward, including probably penalties towards a few years from now. Welcome, Mr. Adachi, to the panel, and looking forward for a fruitful discussion. If we're speaking about the companies, do the companies today have the choice, or have to really comply with the requirements for decarbonization? Is it an option, or is it a must? And also, in which situations decarbonization is required, and where is it still, if it is still business decision, or it's a mandate that you have to do, and also later on we're going to talk about the challenges. So please, go ahead. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. Yes, each industry has its own option of choice to deploy the decarbonization or just paying the penalties. So it depends, especially to deploy the technology for decarbonization. It costs CapEx and OPEX. But on the other hand, if they don't deploy the technologies to decarbonization, then they have to pay the penalty or the carbon tax or carbon pricing. So it should be evaluated by each company, each industries, which is the best way for them. But it's just a short-term decision, I think. Considering the future business of themselves, they have to think the penalty, for example, carbon tax, could be much larger in the future as an incentive. And deploying the technologies is, at one time, they have to spend money for the CapEx. But as a result of deployment and the final business economy or its financial burden of the company, it's different. So I think, of course, it's the choice of the company, but it fully affects the competitiveness of their products. For example, if they pay the penalty, it costs for the product. But if they spend the money for CapEx and OPEX with using the new technology deployment, of course, it also affects the competitiveness. It should be evaluated by themselves, but not only the short solution, as a long-term solution. So for this choice, I will explain more, but I think regulatory support or some other factors should be considered.
Just would like to add on that. So if companies do not decide to decarbonize optionally, the applying of the carbon tax probably would come in, or only applied in some places. Would they lose the license to operate in that case? Some of the companies would not get even permission to start the businesses because they do not have a strong decarbonization planning or program.
Yeah, I think so. So as you said about like operation license, that license should cover not the short term but long term. So to get the long term license, they need to be sure their roadmap of decarbonization or not deploying the technologies, that should be decided based on that long-term scenario or program for their business.
Thank you. Now, if you're talking about when a company starts to reduce emissions through various means, either the refineries or other industrial plants, what is normally the big challenge? Because we always get complaints, you know, always there's a lot to do, very complex, very costly, etc. So what is exactly the challenge when we speak about reducing emissions?
Okay. Yeah, there are many challenges. But the one thing I can say is technology itself is not the challenge for the company to deploy for the decarbonization. It's a challenge of the manufacturer of the technologies. But we believe technology is available now, so the challenge should be a business model. So to consider the business model, it's not only the one technology, but consider the whole business model. So to explain further, can I explain the slides? This is a slide which we, Mitsubishi Heavy Industries, is now conducting as our own verification to finally, which will be deployed to the business model of each single industry. So as you can see, we by ourselves assuming the hydrogen deployment. On the left-hand side, you can see the hydrogen utilization technologies. It's the power generation technologies. And the hydrogen production, this is a technology for producing the hydrogen. And we also making the storage of the hydrogen. So from production, storage to utilization, we verify these technologies as a package, like a value chain. So not single technology, but a whole value chain should be necessary to be deployed into the business model.
Next slide. Okay.
And this is the idea of the value chain. Left-hand side is upstream, and right-hand side is downstream. So production to utilization. So each stage of production to utilization, deploying each individual technologies, from production of hydrogen ammonia, transportation, and utilization. And especially for the industries who are this off-taker side. So once this hydrogen value chain was established, then industries as off-taker can enjoy the decarbonized energy for their product. Then they can produce the low-carbon products. This is a whole scenario of the value chain with using the hydrogen or ammonia.
Next. Okay.
And similarly, this is a carbon capture technology value chain. So left-hand side is emitter, like industry. So industry, if they deploy the CO2 capture systems, And this CO2 can be stored and finally utilized, for example, to produce ammonia or to utilize for the enhanced oil recovery, we call EOR. So not looking at just one phase of this value chain as a whole, then we can analyze how this business model works.
Yeah. Last one. Previous.
Yeah. So this is our scenario. Then from now, I'll talk about some discussion with you, with using some knowledge of this idea.
Sure. Yeah. Thank you. I think we'll go to the next question, which is about sharing some examples about some specific examples about the carbon capture and utilization and storage. You talked about the different chain, where it starts the whole project and where it's gone. But any specific measure of success? How you really measure the success, and what is it needed to really be successful in this area?
For CCS?
How do you measure the success? If you're doing all those projects on the decarbonization, CCUS, and others.
Okay. So as you saw, this whole value chain has not been successful each individual stage. However, for example, if the off-taker wants to establish this whole chain, but they don't have any idea of the infrastructure, then they need a partner to control the infrastructure, and they can minimize the risk. So value chain itself is the business model to eliminate the stage they don't have the idea and make the risk mitigation or reduction together with the partner, which will be out of their scope. So industries can enjoy finally once this value chain has been established. But as you see, one individual industry, like a refinery, one steel maker, cannot take this risk. So they need to work with someone who can control infrastructure, who can control production of the low carbon fuels. So this is the idea, to make like a cluster to mitigate or minimize the risk of the whole business models.
Sure, thank you. Now if you talk about the companies, about, again, the hesitation in carbon capture, because we hear about the CCUS and carbon capture and many things like this, it's in the media and the news for many years. But still there's a lot of hesitation for going to the cleaner fuel or even for the carbon capture projects. I know some of it happens in the upstream. There is a lot of emissions or efficiency of the machineries going on. But what is really the hesitation? Is it the cost? Is it the complexity? Is it the companies do not understand it? Or there are things that they have to trade off in this area?
Okay. Yeah, this business is very, as I said, complex. Then, as I mentioned about the risk of the whole business models. So considering the business model risk and also the project financeability, project viability, and the risk of each phase of the value chain, then that should be more than the one company can cover or can bear. So we need the partners to establish this value chain to mitigate, and finally, this project will be viable, and financeability will be the final challenge. And finally, we need the government support to realize the project, because the risk of the technology, risk of infrastructure, risk of the production, risk of the offtake, so many things on these value chains. However, finally, that will affect the product cost, that will be the competitiveness of the product. So to mitigate the risk, to introduce the opportunity, to make the assurance of the opportunities of the off-takers and the producers, the government support will be necessary. Not only the fuel side, but also the off-taking side.
So if we talk about the cleaner fuel, I know a lot of, we've been talking about it, and there are companies said actually, we are now producing cleaner fluid, especially if we talk about biofuels, etc. There is a lot of demand, but once we started production, we don't see a lot of demand so for buying it from us. What could be reasons for that? Why people or companies hesitate? Because if they don't purchase, then probably they won't be able to produce in the long term. Yeah, so they have to change their plans.
Yeah. Yes, it's a kind of as everybody says, chicken and egg situation. So producer wants to assure a certain amount of off-takers. And besides, off-takers, to be sure, enough supply of the fuel or low-carbon fuel will be supplied. So both sides need the assurance. But if the producer is one company, the other company is just the off-taker, the one business will not be a good idea because of the amount, the volume of the production, volume of the off-taking, and also the risk of the business itself. So considering the cluster, the multiple supplier, multiple off-takers will help to establish this system and making the assurance of a certain volume of production and off-taking. Then this can help the realization of these systems, and industry can enjoy it.
Sure. Do you have any success case or a success story that you can mention about certain places or in a certain country, organization work together to aggregate the demand, and that will also enable the supplier to invest and in the capex and opex to meet the requirements, and then the product is taken by those companies that require. Any success story that you can share?
Okay. Taking the CCS, carbon capture technologies. Carbon capture technology itself is proven, but the business model is ongoing. However, our first application of carbon capture is in US. The project is Petronova, maybe you know. The project was commissioned and operation start from 2016, already more than 10 years ago. So at that time, this business model was not established.
Right.
Then we worked together with a partner, coal firing plant, and together with the oil and gas company, and US government. So CO2 from coal firing captured by the carbon capture systems. And this carbon capture system is operated by the oil and gas company. And finally, this CO2 is utilized for enhanced oil recovery. So this whole business model, whole value chain, was the successful idea, not the individual business, but the whole. And this business model was supported by the US government as the financing support, and Japanese finance also supports this project. And finally, we could reach the FID. And recently, we have the similar achievement. One is in UK. We have the name is Pacewood. Pacewood is a project name for the cement plant. In UK government has its own cluster business model. Cluster business model illustrate these things. So from upstream to downstream. So multiple emitter for CO2 makes a certain volume of CO2, which is necessary for the production side. So CO2 emitter, multiple emitters, and this cement plant, Pacewood, is one of the emitters. So these emitters can supply the CO2 to the aggregator, and this CO2 will be injected into the depleted field. So emitter side, they can enjoy to be capture the CO2 to reduce the emissions. Then oil and gas side, they can enjoy to use this CO2 for oil enhancement.
Right.
This is the other recent example. Last year, this project reached to the FID. So this is the recent experience.
Sure. Well, thank you very much. It's a win-win situation. Yeah, so it's a business. How to turn carbon from pollution and emissions into business where it generates value and generates cash at the end of the day, which is very powerful. So if we're moving forward, what helps companies move forward with investment in decarbonization? I mean, you mentioned some examples, etc., which is great. The key enablers, etc. I think you mentioned many of them in here, which really work very well because it has to be a strong value chain from end to end. So it is really a full system, a full process. But that may not be available everywhere. So I think that requires maturity, requires business decisions, requires ownership. That we cannot continue polluting, we cannot continue emissions. Also the government role, because that plays a role, the regulations, etc. Can you mention more about regulations? Like in Oman, I think we started establishing the regulations. We have net zero center already established that will drive a lot of initiatives. Sorry.
Conference is happening in hall number 1.
Okay, I hope that's it. All the regulations started to work in Oman. I think there'll be more governance, more assurance going forward, and probably more, penalties if the businesses do not comply with that. But what type of regulations that really helped actually to motivate companies, or influence the companies to go into the route of having a strong, focus on decarbonization?
Okay, the firstly, in the country has its own target of net zero emission reduction. Its first motivation. Then, based on this target.
Attention, please. ISRTC conference is starting in hall number 1.
Okay. So based on this target, the government makes the rule. For example, one of them is the carbon pricing. So carbon pricing affects the products of the industries. But not only, it's kind of a burden from the government, but it's motivation, incentives. And once the industries go into the deployment of the decarbonization measure, and next government come in to support, for example, supporting the infrastructure, like piping or transportation method, and also the financial burden of the competitiveness with deploying the technologies. So to be competitive in the market, I'm talking about the products. The product should be competitive in the market. So the higher price as a result of this carbon burden, then the government can support with a financing method. So then the final product price can be competitive. So the target of the country, incentive or motivation by the country or the government, and the government can support by the financing side or the rule or system sides. Then finally, I think the project can be realized. So the government step in should be necessary.
Sure. Thank you. Do you have any questions? It will be a very interesting topic here. I think going forward, there'll be more focus on it at different levels. Maybe, today when we have contracts, I've been in the oil and gas industry for 29 years, mainly upstream. But we focus on HSE management, we focus on humanization, ICV, we have local content certificates, which are mandatory in order to evaluate the bidders. This is going to come in, what are the decarbonization plans? What are the net zero plans? How you ensure that you don't pollute? That will be mandatory requirements in the contracts in the future tenders, I'm sure, which will be coming, as stronger and go with, especially with the regulations that Oman is really putting on today. Any questions specific? Anything you'd like to hear more from Mr. Adachi? No? You have a question over there? Okay, thank you. So what's your a key message that you would like to pass to the audience in this regards?
Oh, okay. Yeah, thank you very much. So just summarizing the idea. So Mitsubishi Heavy Industries is a technology provider. So we will spend our resources and time for development of the technologies to support this infrastructure or value chain. But not only the technology, as I mentioned, the partner who has other knowledge of the value chain, locally or globally. So the partner is one of the important things to realize this business. And regulatory support. The government support will be necessary, especially it makes finally the project financially viable, economically viable, and for the industries, the product will be competitive. So our technology, partners, and government support will be the key, I believe, to establish the decarbonized environment.
Sure. Thank you very much, Mr. Adachi, and thank you very much, audience. Oh, you have a question? That's great. You have a mic over there? Yeah. Please, if you have more questions, we have some time. Oh, sorry. No problems, no problems.
Hello, thank you for the wonderful talk. My question is, does Mitsubishi Heavy Industries have operations here in Oman to do with carbon capture or utilization, storage, and potentially sequestration? And if so, where are they located and who are your competitors too?
Okay, thank you very much. In Oman, we are in a discussion to establish the idea for a certain project, which we cannot disclose to you today. But installation itself is not yet. But we already started this kind of conversation in this country.
Thank you. Any other questions? Yes, one here. Please, can you help?
Thank you so much for the wonderful presentation. My question will be, as we all know, the biggest emitters are Russia, China, India, and United States of America. With the current decarbonization trends that you are trying to enlighten us with, are those countries really maybe investing so much in the decarbonization? Because we realize some of the agreements, like the Paris agreements, some of these biggest emitters, they're not part of the agreement. So with this type of technology, is there goodwill amongst all the biggest emitters? Or is it just the small emitters that we are trying to target? Because as a small emitter, I will always look at the other emitters. They are doing more carbon exposure with the environment, and I would like them to start so that we can follow. Thank you so much.
Okay. So the carbon for Mitsubishi Heavy, I don't talk about the others. From Mitsubishi Heavy, the carbon capture technology itself, we have the small one to the largest scale. So especially the largest, small scale can be applied for each individual company who is an emitter. So we have the solution to the individual company, but also we have the solution to the multiple emitters. So large scale, of course, like power generation, they have the huge emitter of CO2 because of using the fuels as a power generation. So they need a large scale of CO2. But of course, then considering this kind of value chain, your own company, even you said it's small, but if you gather with the other industries as a cluster, then your investment for carbon capture or your risk-taking could be mitigated together with other emitters. So you can make if you can make a cluster with as a one of multiple emitters, then you can make your risk and investment could be lower than you do individually. But of course, we can support you if you can do it by yourself.
Yeah.
So individual things, multiple things.
Thank you, Mr. Adachi. Actually, it's a tricky question as well, because multiple countries probably they get in or out of Paris Agreement due to multiple other parameters or factors. Oman is committed. Oman government has signed the Paris Agreement. It's committed to net zero. It's committed to net zero 2050. We have a lot of work happening at the government level, at the businesses, to ensure that we are ready to achieve net zero by 2050. Especially in the oil and gas and energy sector. There is a lot of work going at the Ministry of Energy and Minerals level, at the net zero level, which is also under the Ministry of Energy and Minerals. The transportation section, the power sector, they're all working together to see how we can reduce emission at the country level. And there is a lot of synergy, a lot of work that's happening in that area to assure sustainability in the long term. So the Oman government is very well committed and put a lot of efforts, a lot of plans and programs to achieve it. I think the time is almost over, so I would like to thank Mr. Adachi for the great knowledge sharing, and thank you all for being a part of this and for the last 25 or 30 minutes. Highly appreciate it. Please put your hands together for Mr. Adachi. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Adachi.
Thank you, Mr. Humaid and Mr. Adachi, for that enriching session. So moving on, green hydrogen is at the center of Oman's long-term decarbonization strategy. The next panel examines the strategic, technical, and financial pathways that enable the transition and how Oman can build durable competitive advantage in a global market that is still taking shape. Please join me in welcoming our moderator to the stage, Dr. Marwa Al-Azzawi, Director at LBST, alongside her guests. Welcome.
Okay, I would like to invite my panelists, please. Come here. كيف؟ أيوة.
You have one? I have that.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our panel discussion. The title of the panel is From Blue to Green, Navigating the Transition in Hydrogen Production. As we all know, hydrogen became a key pillar in the energy transition, but we cannot deny that blue hydrogen or low carbon hydrogen can also play an important role in decarbonizing different sectors and establishing the infrastructure for future green hydrogen. In today's discussion, we will explore how we can move from low carbon fuel or from conventional fuel, for example, because we are still in the conventional fuel era, to green hydrogen, while ensuring competitiveness, reliability, scalability, and investment confidence. My name is Dr. Marwa Al-Azawi. I am a senior consultant and director of Middle East, working on hydrogen strategy, policy, and pre-certification according to the European scheme Certify. And I would like to introduce my panelists. I have with me Mr. Saif Al-Abri from Hydrom on my right side. Saif is an account manager at Hydrom, supporting the advancement of hydrogen of Oman green hydrogen sector through strategic project coordination and stakeholder engagement. He brings experience in contract engineering, procurement, and large-scale projects, and he was involved also in the strategic fuel reserve project as well as Hyperduqm. In his current role, he plays an important role and working closely with the project developers and government stakeholders to support the implementation of Oman clean energy and hydrogen ambitious. I also have our next panelist, Mr. Hilal Shibli. Mr. Hilal Shibli is an industrial professional with more than 20 years of experience across the refinery, petrochemical, and metal sector. As a Sohar branch manager of SanQ, he leads the operation with focus on performance and operation excellence. And we also have Mr. Musallam Al-Awaid. Mr. Musallam Al-Awaid is the head of production management and business development at OQBI in Salalah, Oman. With a background in chemical and process engineering and technology management, he leads the production planning, commercial operation, and strategic growth across LPG, methanol, and ammonia acids, with a focus on operation excellence, decarbonization, and sustainable growth. And we have with us our last panelist, Mr. Adrian Moborje. Mr. Adrian leads the project development at Sinhelion in the MENA region, focusing on advancing next generation in fuel project toward final investment decision before 2028. Mr. Adrian, based in Zurich, he brings extensive experience in renewable project development, financing, and market expansion across the renewable energy projects such as wind and solar. Welcome, everyone, and I'm glad to be with you in this session. My first question goes to, of course, the orchestrator of the hydrogen strategy in Oman, So the first question to you, Mr. Saif. How is Hydrom supporting Oman transition toward a green hydrogen?
Thank you, Marwa. First of all, thank you for having me on this panel discussion. I think the first decision made by the government to help the transition in Oman to hydrogen is establishment of Hydrom. So Hydrom was established in 2022 by a royal decree, and it's basically to orchestrate the green hydrogen sector in Oman. So the government have allocated 50,000 kilometers square of lands dedicated only for hydrogen production. And those lands are basically master planned and auction, and we are doing auction rounds, very transparent auction rounds, and to allocate those lands to international investors. So we have executed two auction rounds starting from 2022 and 2023 as well, and resulted in actually currently we have 7 projects active, where one of the projects is in Dokum, where it's under construction, with the first shipment of green hydrogen will be expected by Q1 2027 next year. So, but beyond the auction rounds and also the allocation of lands, Hydrom is doing, Hydrom's role is beyond that scope also. It's work on the local demand development, infrastructure planning, and also the entire ecosystem of the green hydrogen. When you see the transition, so Hydrom is seeing the transition. The transition should be pragmatic, to be honest, but Oman's long-term transition is toward green hydrogen only. It's not a blue. This is a deliberate choice, and it's driven by several factors. For example, we have the world-class renewable resources, basically in Dokom and Salalah, with potential renewable energy of combined solar and wind. Wind capacity factor reached to 45%, and also solar capacity factor reached around 25%. Also, why we are going for green? This is one of the factors. Also, we would like to align with the export market, specifically in the certification terms in Europe and in Asia. And also, we have the vast, the land is available for green hydrogen. So we don't want to lose that opportunities. And this is why Oman is heading toward green hydrogen directly, and also appointed Hydrom to be the orchestrator of the green hydrogen sector, the full ecosystem in Oman.
Thank you, Mr. Saif. My next question goes to Mr. Hilal Shibli. How can Oman and Sohar position themselves as leaders in the hydrogen and clean fuel economy? And as Saif mentioned, Hydrom and Oman has been working on developing the right environment for the developers to start their projects. So can you tell us, based on your experience?
Okay, so thank you very much, Dr. Marwa, for these good questions. In fact, I will build up on what my colleague Saif, he said. It's very good information. So Oman have very good factors really to go for the hydrogen economy. So the solar energy and the wind energy in Oman, it's available for very long times. Some countries, they do have solars. They might not have wind. Some of them, they do have winds, but not for a long time. They don't have enough lights. However, Oman's have both. And this is very good pillars where Oman really have enough clean energy to start the hydrogen. Everybody knows that Oman have very strategic geographic positions where it's open to the markets, it's open to the Indian Oceans, can exports, and for a very long time, Oman being on the middle of the routes where a lot of contents, they use Oman as transit. With geopolitics and a lot of conflicts, these factors become more and more, and Oman really built on that. So the infrastructures of the pipeline and with oil and gas expertise over the last 50 years make Oman in a strong positions of the hydrogen markets. Looking for some particular area like Suhar port and free zones, Tukum and Salalah. Oman was successful to build industrial clusters where a lot of business really gathers, and we do have enough of industries. Either they make the carbon dioxide or they may consume the hydrogens in the futures. So one more factors that nowadays Oman have invest a lot on the locals. So the talents really it's on the sides of Oman to play a great role of the hydrogen markets. I know that there is enough programs, there is a lot of universities start to invest and teach them postgraduate programs in sustainabilities, energy transitions, hydrogens, circular economies. That's all make Oman is in a good positions really. And the allies of Oman, we can say like European countries, they do believe that Oman is a reliable partner, so they start to invest here. I'm not sure, but I do believe that investments on the green hydrogens, it's already crossed 16 billions Oman riyals, and that's really huge. And with all these happening on the ground right now, I do believe Oman will be one of the leading countries on the hydrogen market. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hilal. I mean, we all agree on the capacity building is an important factor to develop this sector in Oman. And one of the things that I have seen in the last few years, I mean, I remember the first green hydrogen conference in Oman was at Geotech at the German University in 2019. During that conference, most of the people who participated in the conference were European and mainly Germans. And now if we see all the talks and the discussion is happening by Omanis. So we can see the amount of knowledge that developed in only 4 to 5 years. My next question is to Mr. Musallam. In your view, what role can, I mean, we know Oman is not focusing on blue hydrogen, but do you think a blue hydrogen can play a role in enabling and accelerating the transition towards large green hydrogen economy?
First of all, thank you for having me here. Blue hydrogen is, we don't see blue hydrogen as competing with green hydrogen, but it's rather complementing it. If we see, today we can produce blue hydrogen using the existing facilities or existing units by integrating carbon capture to that. And meanwhile, during the same time, we can scale up the green hydrogen projects. So both will be running in parallel, actually. But green hydrogen, blue hydrogen is like enabler for immediate reduction of carbon by integrating carbon capture and storage, while paving the road for the green hydrogen projects to the time when it is available. So developing green hydrogen today has a lot of challenges. It's going on. That has to continue in parallel to the blue hydrogen, but and scale it up. Production-wise, as of today, there is around of 100 million metric ton of hydrogen produced around the world. Just replacing that by green hydrogen, there are a lot of challenges today. So the bridge to that will be the blue hydrogen, which has very high potential or immediate effect on the reduction while scaling up the green hydrogen. So we see both are complementing each other rather than competing, actually.
Thank you. And we can also see this from the development of the low carbon methodology by Europe. So it was just established last year, it was announced, and now there is a methodology on low carbon fuel where you also need to reduce the threshold by 70%, similar to RFMBO. Mr. Adrian, Synhelion processes an alternative way to produce renewable fuel. Can you please elaborate on that?
Yes, thank you very much for having me. It was a pleasure to be here. Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me better? Thank you. Yes, so if you allow me, I will broaden a bit the topic and present you the alternative to hydrogen that Synhelion used to produce synthetic fuels. First, Synhelion is a Swiss company, 70 people, was founded in the labs of ETH Zurich, and its first investor, Eni, the Italian oil gas, extracted it and transformed it from a technology developer. We own 22 family of patents, to a fuel producer. We now have a production plant in Germany, and we're also a project developer now. That's why I'm here, actually. So we are a fuel producer. We produce eSAF, we produce SAF, also renewable diesel, renewable gasoline. And our fuel are drop-in, meaning that they are 100% compatible with the existing infrastructure, storage, aircraft. And our off-taker are companies like Lufthansa Group, Pilatus, the airport of Zurich, AMAG, which is the biggest car importer in Switzerland. Now, how does it work? In simple terms, we combine the cheapest source of carbon, which is biomass, with the cheapest source of electricity, renewable electricity, to produce fuel. And in technical terms, if there are chemists in the room, we do mixed reforming of biogas to produce syngas, and we then synthesize this syngas into syncrude, which is refined, upgraded into the different fuel mentioned. Thank you.
Okay, so a next question is also to you. Do you have plans to enter Oman market, or do you have a operation in Oman?
So we don't have operation in Oman. We are in an exploration phase. We are looking at different locations. Port Dukum and the special zone there is very interesting. There is a great port, and there is a refinery. And we were there last year. We were also at the Economic Forum in Dukum in October, and looking forward to the next step. We are having, of course, discussion with important players there, which we cannot disclose, but we are looking forward to.
And what type of fuel you are considering?
So, SAF, eSAF, renewable diesel, and gasoline.
Interesting. Okay, my next question is to Mr. Hilal Shibli. What are the key challenges and solutions in transitioning from, I would say, conventional to green hydrogen?
Okay. So, Doctor, you have mentioned that we are now in the conventionals era. That's correct. So the transitions, it's not a very rapid process. It's really, there is a lot of milestones we have to do. So first of all, that we still use the gas. Aligned with that, we have to capture the carbons emissions. Means the first step is how to improve the process, is not how to jump from the blue to the green. This is the main things we have to recognize. And the blue hydrogen is existing. Green hydrogen is a long term. So if we want really to move to the long-term goal, first we have to develop enough infrastructures. We need to build exporting, bunkering, processings. We should have also the mature technologies. You know that the technology of hydrogen is still in the developing phase. Also, the main factors is how fast we can decrease the cost of the the clean energy. If we can secure the solar energy or the wind energy in a good cost, at that time really we can accelerate the movement or the transitions from the blue to the green. Material science is one of the big headache, because you know that hydrogen is not easy to store, it's not easy to export as well. It's required high standards of safety. So all that exercise and homework we have to do. So we cannot say it's a challenge where we can say that really where's the next opportunities. And again, to do all that, we have to build the capacity. We should have enough talents, enough R&D, research and developments. As well, we should have the policies. Means if we believe that we need to survive in a good planet with clean energy, we should dedicate enough budget to do all the researches. And that's not an easy way. That's not easy to convince the companies to, for example, spend 5% of 10% of their profit to go ahead with sponsoring the R&D. So it might take a time. However, that's both green hydrogen and blue hydrogen will continue going in parallel for a long time. And we need it to remain in this way, because jumping from blue to green might be very expensive, but going to parallel, I think that's the best way to optimize the cost. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Hila. I will continue on the same topic regarding the challenges. And Mr. Musallam, I would like to ask you, based on your experience, since you work in the methanol and ammonia sector, and at the moment all the production we would say in Oman is gray production, what are the technical and commercial challenges that you are facing in order to transition from the gray to green?
Thank you again for this very good question, and it is happening as we talk. The ultimate goal is green, actually. That is something we are moving towards it. But blue is a transition stage where we integrate the carbon capture, and that is still very expensive when it comes to the carbon capture, but overall is more economical compared to the green. We don't say that green is not feasible, probably feasible or not, but it has to continue in parallel to the blue hydrogen. The challenge when it comes to the green, there are many challenges. If we say commercial-wise, there is today very little off-takers ready to have long-term off-take agreements. And that's why many of these projects are not moving to the FID. The blue hydrogen will pave the road for that. Means it will create a demand. How to have off-take agreements just by creating demand for the green hydrogen, which is not there today. We think that will happen mainly if the regulators, the policymakers, the government start mandating that. The other challenge is actually the cost of production is very high, so means the price also will be very high, which is another challenge. The capacity as of today, as I mentioned earlier, the production of hydrogen today is around 100 million metric ton. So replacing that by green hydrogen will take quite a long of time, and also we need to have a lot of renewable energy available, which is also challenging. So building on the capacity, optimizing the cost, this will happen in parallel with the transition period of blue hydrogen. The third challenge which I see today is the infrastructure, which I think my colleagues here already highlighted. Hydrogen is not openly traded. It's mainly used at the production site. So trading it means full infrastructure from pipelines, from export terminals, receiving terminals, shipping, liquefying that. So all of these things are challenging. I think the path towards green is definite, but it will be through blue hydrogen while building up on or scaling up the green hydrogen projects.
Thank you. Mr. Adrian, Mr. Musallam mentioned that the cost is an issue. So can Saint Helene produce at a low cost, and what are the important success factor criteria for low carbon production or renewable production?
I see three important success factors: the sustainability, the competitivity, and sovereignty is a new one also. So sustainability, it's clear. We have the mission also to help the planet, and the regulation is here to push us to do it. In the SAF industry, for instance, in Europe, the regulation gives mandate to the airline to offtake renewable fuel. But it's not enough. We see that many H2 projects do not see the day because costs are too high. And so competitivity is very important, because if you don't get off-taker, then you don't get the investor and FID, and you don't build the capacity to produce the fuel. So competitivity is really important. And at Synelion, we try to develop a product which is competitive. And we saw DNV, the consulting firm, validated that at scale. So when we reach the size of the plant, we want to build 500 kiloton per year. Our fuel, the levelized cost of fuel, will reach less than €1 per liter. So competitivity is important, but also sovereignty. And we saw it with COVID, then also in the Western world, more and more protectionism. And now with all the geopolitical turmoil if a pathway to produce fuel allows a country to produce the fuel where it is consumed. It's also a great advantage.
Thank you. My last question goes to Hydro. Mr. Saif, I mean, we know in Oman strategy, the focus is to produce in order to export. Is there a possibility to create a demand for a local utilization, and how is Hydro working on that?
Yeah, thank you, Marwa. I think I'll be quick because we are running out of time. So at Hydrom, we see the green hydrogen journey is more than a project pipeline. Yes, the export is important, but also how we create a value within Oman. And that's why we have engaged with several industries in Oman. For example, refineries, fertilizer, e-methanol, the methanol. And one example, as Musallam mentioned, is the OQBI. Despite all the challenges, technically and commercially, we would like to navigate through that. And the work in progress still. We have also the ETB, the Energy Transition Plan, where the Ministry of Energy and Minerals have a circular for the DRI and the steel makers. We're encouraging them to transit from national gas to hydrogen by 2030, gradually until I think 50% or 80% by 2050. We have one example. I think one of our projects, Amna project, have already signed an MOU with Mirante Steel, where they have as a potential off-takers. And now they are discussing the term sheet with them. We have also another opportunity or another initiatives, for example, in the mobility, how we can see the green hydrogen play a role in the mobility as well. And also the green data centers, where we have on the table currently, what do you call it, energy solution that combine renewable energy and hydrogen to supply a reliable power source to the green data centers. And that's what we are looking for. These are part of the initiatives that hydrogen is working. And of course, as I said, the export is important, but also creating value in Oman is it's also a value.
Thank you. This is really interesting. We still have 2 minutes, so I would like to open the floor for any questions. Do we have any question from the audience? Nothing? Yes.
Thank you so much. This is Haytham Ambusaidi from Sankyu. First, Mr. Salam, thank you so much for all the insights. You mentioned very important points about the market, about the price as well. And I will start from some of the reports highlighting that the price in the bill of utilizing the green hydrogen will be somehow 6 to 7 times than the energy which is currently produced from the natural gas. And from there, I will go to Mr. Badr. So how are you actually planning to sustain any economic model of a green hydrogen project here in Oman, taking into consideration that the price of the final product is still very high compared to the natural gas?
Anyone want to take this? You can start and yeah, my addition is just we are saying as of today, but we are expecting as we go ahead that the cost for production will be optimized while we are using the blue hydrogen as a transition phase. And as I mentioned, also regulators and policymakers are very important enablers in that. So I will hand over that to Hydrom team.
Yes, I think you are correct, Musallam. You are correct that the green hydrogen price is currently it's much higher than the gray hydrogen or the blue hydrogen itself. But in the long term, we have seen from last year and the year before that the price of hydrogen is become lower. It's driven by, for example, the competitive renewable energy that Oman is have, and also we can see if there is a clear decarbonization policies in, for example, in Europe or in Asia coming soon. I think the gap will be closed, and it will be the green hydrogen will be attractive for the demand user or the end user as well.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, my panelists. It was a pleasure to be with you on this panel. And thank you to the audience.
Thank you to our panel and to Dr. Marwa Al-Azzawi for moderating. We will now move to our two final presentations. Hydrogen's commercial potential depends on the entire value chain, from production through compression, storage, distribution, and end use. Our next speaker examines integrated engineering solutions with focus on compression technology for hydrogen, ammonia, and biofuels. Please join me in welcoming to the stage Mr. Carlo Terrani, the Managing Director at Newman Esser. Welcome.
So good afternoon, everybody, and thank you so much for joining me today. First of all, I would like to thank the organizer for the opportunity to be here with you today. It's really my pleasure. My name is Carlo Terragni. I'm the Managing Director of Newman Esser Italia, so the Italian branch of Newman Esser Group. Before I start with my presentation, please allow me to introduce the company I'm representing. So Newman Esser Group is a partner driving the energy transition with integrated solution for the energy infrastructure of tomorrow. What does it mean? Actually, we are a manufacturer of electrolyzer, hydrogen refueling station, trailer filling station, but also compressor systems. And our support starts also with consulting and feasibility study during the feed and pre-feed phase of the different projects. We are a family-owned business, so we are a German company with almost 200 years of history, and we have been owned by the family Peters for more than 125 years. So we are now at the fourth generation with Stefan and Alexander Peters. We have a global footprint, so our headquarters is in Germany, in Übach-Palenberg, but we have more than 28 operating companies worldwide. Our compressors are manufactured in Germany and India, while our electrolyzer in Germany and Brazil. The strength of our organization is that with the different operating companies, actually we have order handling and project execution and packaging locally. When it comes to aftermarket, we do have repair coordination centers worldwide, as well as a partner with local workshop, and we have also the possibility to monitor our assets, our compressor by digital solution. Just some figures. We have average consolidated turnover around 460 million euro. We are almost 2,000 employees with a large fleet of reciprocating compressor worldwide, more than 5,500 compressors installed. And out of this, approximately 2,000 compressors are for hydrogen application. We also have already sold more than 10 electrolyzers for the hydrogen refueling station and filling trailing station. So let's come to the main topic. So why hydrogen? We think that hydrogen is a key enabler of the energy transition. So what we see is that in a decarbonized energy system, we will generate renewable energy by wind and solar. Then, of course, we can use the energy we have created from renewables directly or to transport and to store it. And so a reliable and cost-effective storage and transportation means for huge quantity of energy are, in our opinion, vital prerequisites. And we think that hydrogen offers these capabilities, and additionally, it can also be used as reaction partners in the process industry. This is the reason why I like the analogy milk and cheese. I think we can think to the renewable electricity, to the renewable energy as milk, so with a shelf life of a few milliseconds. On the other side, we have hydrogen, which is like cheese. So actually, we can store it, we can transport it, we can keep it for a longer time, and above all, we can also use it for various dishes. So, as I said, if you have the possibility to produce renewable energies and use it, please do that directly. If not, then when you need to store, transport energy, then hydrogen plays an important role. Another important topic I would like to highlight today is that the hydrogen value chain is really characterized by high degree of reciprocal interdependence between the different components. So if we talk about production, storage, transportation, the components along the hydrogen value chain are really interconnected. So that's why it's really important for us to take into consideration this interdependence of the different components and have an integrated approach. And significant competitive advantage and also higher customer benefit is generated by the integrated solution. To make my speech, my keynotes more practical, I would like to give you a very simple example. Let's think about the compression need for hydrogen downstream at 200 megawatt electrolyzer. So we are talking about 40,000 normal cubic meters per hour. Let's take as an example an outlet pressure of 80 bar, the typical pressure to feed a pipeline, at least in Europe. In any case, you will see that the example is, or the case study can be applied not only to Europe, but also to other markets. We have hydrogen at saturated condition with a suction temperature of 30 degrees C, and we can cool down the hydrogen at intercooling or aftercooling at 240 degrees. So if we start with an atmospheric electrolyzer, so producing hydrogen at 1 bar, then we will need a very big reciprocating compressor to reach the 80 bar. So we will need 5 stages. We will need 8 cranks machine. So where the first and second stage, they are not really loaded. but actually they will have big cylinder because of their very low pressure and, of course, the low molecular weight of the hydrogen. So we will need one of the biggest frame sizes. Just the bare compressor will have a weight of 240 tons. Also with drive power of 7.5 megawatt at shaft, which is only 30% of the potential power that can be held on by the frame. But to add more complexity to the system is that we will generate almost 1 ton of condensate, of water condensate per hour. So this will bring additional complexity to the system because we have to handle 1 ton of water every hour. If we consider a pressurized electrolyzer, the typical discharge pressure of a PEM electrolyzer is 30 bar, then the situation changes completely because we just need 1 stage compressor rather than 5 stage. The compressor is quite small, so we will have a well-loaded cylinder with 315 millimeters diameter on the cylinder. The condensate will just be 10 kilograms per hour, so much easier to handle than 1 tons. And the compressor weight 20 tons, so 10 times less than the 12, more than 10 times less than the 240 tons. And also the power will be lower than 2 megawatt. Okay, we can also keep doing with the comparison. What I want to say that's, of course, we need to take really into account the complexity of the system. So if we move from 1 bar to 30 bar, unfortunately you cannot see, we have to handle from 1,000 kilogram per hour condensate down to 10 kilograms. So the importance of thinking at the integrated solution is also in our mind when we are designing hydrogen refueling station. We at Neumann Esser, we have developed a simulation tool for the hydrogen refueling station where we can take in consideration the hydrogen source, the compression unit with 1 or more compressor, the balance of plant, the storage vessel, the dispensing and measuring unit, as well as the controls and safety system. Just to give you some example of projects where we have engineering and supply integrated solution. This is the Heyden project in Germany. It's a hydrogen production plant. We are starting up the plant right now, so in this second quarter 2026. The scope of supply included 10 megawatt PEM electrolyzer, 245 cubic meter low pressure buffer storage, 2 diaphragm compressor to increase the pressure of the hydrogen from 30 bar to 500 bar, and then the hydrogen high pressure storage, and finally the the trillion filling station. So as I said, a complete integrated solution producing 180 kilograms per hour of hydrogen at 500 bar from 10 megawatt PEM electrolyzer. Another interesting project, always in Germany, is this H2HS project, where we are supplying a 2 megawatt electrolyzer, the trailer port for filling and discharging, the hydrogen refueling station for 350 bar vehicles, the diaphragm compressor to compress the hydrogen to 500 bar because the 500 are needed then for refueling of the 350 bar vehicles, and also H2 storage of 1,400 kilograms at 500 bar. And of course, the control system for the complete scope of supply. This is a picture of the status of completion of the plant at March this year, so 2 months ago. Another project in Europe, 20 megawatt, so 4 modules of 5 megawatt electrolyzer. This is for steel industry, so the decarbonization of steel, of this steel industry by replacing, so by producing hydrogen from green hydrogen instead of green hydrogen from steam reforming. We did the complete turnkey solution, so the complete integrated solution, including also the engineering for the permitting, the local permitting with the authorities, and the commissioning of the whole system. In the phase 2, there will be also a hydrogen refueling station integrated into the project for refueling cars at 700 bar. Last but not least, we have this interesting project for SAF production. So it's a project in the eastern part of Europe. It's a 55 megawatt electrolyzer, or total capacity of electrolyzer. We are talking about 11 modules of 5 megawatt each. As I mentioned, this is for a refinery where they will produce SAF. Also in this case, we supported our client in the consulting and in consulting phase. And of course, we support them also for the engineering for permit application. And our services will not only include the supply of the electrolyzer, but also the commissioning, the startup, and the first month of operation of the electrolyzer. The start of production will be in the second half of this year. So this will bring additional concrete example of what we mean for integrated solution. So before I conclude, just 3 takeaway from my presentation. As I said, hydrogen for us is a key enabler of energy transition. An integrated approach that takes into account the interdependence of the hydrogen value chain component is a must. Technology as well consulting, feasibility, implementation from a single source generates significant competitive advantages and higher customer benefit. So we, Neumann Esther, we are a reliable partner for integrated solution. So this is ending my presentation. Of course, if you have any question or would like to have more detail, you can also visit us at the booth 5122. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Carlo. Our final afternoon presentation examines the technical architecture and field application of an integrated PVBESS system, addressing hybrid AC-DC coupling strategies and scalability across different operating environments. Please join me in welcoming to the stage Mr. Liu Yu, Manager of Tubular Inspection at Great Wall Drilling Company, CNPC.
Hello everyone, my name is Liu Yu, coming from Great Wall Drilling Company. It's a great honor to stand there. Today I'm going to show you how drilling company run a rig by the solar power. It's not a concept, it's a real practice. My presentation has 3 parts. The first part is the background, and the second is what we built, and the last one is why this system is important for us. Global warming is a tough issue we faced, as this issue should be requires all human beings take actions. As an oil service company, we also have the responsibility to reduce the CO2 emission. And some people think oil service company is an energy producer. In fact, we are also the energy consumer. In our drilling and fracturing operation, we use up more than 70% of total energy. Most of the energy comes from diesel. Now in our rig, we use the diesel generator, natural gas generator, and grid electricity provide the power for our rig. As we know, the diesel and natural gas are fossil energy. It will produce the CO2 when they provide power over the rig. And the electricity grid is a clean energy. However, it's hard to use by all of the rig due to the limitation of the grid capacity and the longer procedure. So how to use the clean energy in our rig is an issue. We have do some trial in our Liaohe oil base. So the first trial is we use the 5 megawatt solar power built in on the roof of a building. At the beginning, we want to sell the electricity to the grid, but we failed due to the limitation of the grid capacity. The second trial is for the rig. The shallow rig in our Liaohe oil base, we have completed the electrification. It means they can use the grid electricity to provide the power for the rig. This trial also failed due to the weak grid and the longer procedure and the short drilling period. So most of the rig in our Liaohe oil base still use the diesel generator provide the electricity for the rig. This is the question. We have the solar power, we have the electric rig. How to connect it together? Let's ask the rig use the clean energy in the operation. This is the issue. So we introduced the mobile battery storage unit. This storage unit from the whole circle for integrated PV storage supply project. They have 5 parts. The first part is the PV power generation system. They will create the electricity. The battery charge system and mobile storage unit. This is the key of this system. Power supply system. They will provide the power to the rig. And the last one, also important one, is the energy management system. The 5 part from a green closed loop supply system. Let me walk you through this system one by one. The first one is the PV system. The PV system, including the panels, inverter, grid connection cabinets, all the components we can find in the market. And the technology is proved. It's easy to find and installation in the market. The real innovation is not the PV panel, it's how we charge. We combine the PV power and the grid power together to achieve the smart charging. We only use the grid power as a supplement when the PV power is insufficient. In the sunshine time, we use the solar power, charge the mobile unit. This issue can save our cost. In the nighttime or the cloudy day, we charge the mobile units by the grid at the off-peak time. Another part is the mobile storage system. This system has 4 components. One is the battery pack, is the energy reservoir. They can store the electricity. Another is the battery management system, is the safeguard. They can monitor the electricity current, voltage, and give some warning if it find some defect. The power converter system can convert the electricity from DC to AC, and the reservoir is the one for charging. The energy management system is the key of this system. They can coordinate all the parts work together and make the system efficiency and successfully. During we designed the mobile storage unit, we faced 6 critical issues. As we know, the mobile storage unit like a bridge. They can connect the PV station to the rig, achieve the solar power, move across the location. We need this system reliable, without fire and explosion in the well site. And also we need this system capacity can meet the rig for daily energy demand, and the output can make the peak power demand. The transporting also important. You know, the oil field road is not as well as the blacktop well, so we make a shock resistant design. We also need the site suitable for our limitation space in our well site. In the north of China, the temperature can drop to minus 30 degrees in the winter and up to the 50 degrees in the summer. During the harsh environmental, we need the system work reliable and safely have good performance. So based on the above consideration, we designed a single unit with 3.34 kilowatt hours. We test two different kind of battery type. One is LFP battery, and other is a semi-solid battery. Both are passed the test and now in use in our field. This slide will highlight the power supply system, and they can meet the dynamic load fluctuation. We can see from the form, during we drill in the intermediate section, the maximum power can up to the 1,800. However, when we cementing or monologuing, the minimum kilowatt power can drop to 100 kilowatts. So this system should meet the power demand in our rig. So for a 750 horsepower rig, we equip with one set of 3,000 kilowatt discharge gate and 4 set of mobile storage unit. We use the cable connect the solar mobile unit to our VFD room, provide the continuous and stable power to the rig. The last part, and also the important part, is the energy management system. Great Wall expert to self-develop this system by himself, use the Internet of Things, cloud computer to integrate the PV storage and power system wirelessly. This system have the ability to monitor the PV system automatically. You can see from the screenshot, they can monitor the current, voltage, power, inverter status, and also can give some alarm when they find some default. Another major capability of the system, they can intelligently manage the storage charge and discharge. Like I said, now we charge the battery in the daytime, use the solar power, and charge the mobile battery in the night and close the day by the grid. This action can be achieved by the energy management system. And this system also have the ability to dispatch the system intelligently. You can see from the screenshot, this system can ensure that there is interruption to power supply and improve the mobile storage turnover efficiency up more than 20%. What we achieved up to now, we have finished 23 wells tests, and the total electricity used 209 million kilowatt hours. And nearly 500 tons diesel was replaced. The CO2 emission was reduced by 1,522 tons. This is the figure based on the calculation in our Liuhe oil field. The last part is let me explain why this system is important. They have 5 significant advantages. The first one is for environmental. As we know, this system can reduce the CO2 emission. For one shallow rig, they can reduce more than 2,000 tons per year. If all the shallow rigs in our Liuhe oil field use this system, they can reduce the CO2 emission more than 30,000 tons per year. And they can also provide the employees a clean and healthy environmental by reduce the noise, exhaust, and vibration pollution to keep our employees in the rig safe and healthy. They also have the economic benefit compared with the diesel. This system can cost more than 10% cost, and they also save the well preparation time, 1 or 2 days, also save the operation cost. For the industry value, this same system is more than a power solution for the rig. They also can expansion to other scenario. The solar power no longer for self-use. They can move across the location. The last advantage is this system can expansion to other fields. We can expansion from China to international, where they have the high solar energy potential. They also expansion from the shallow rig to the heavy-duty rig. such as fracturing unit and heavy-duty rig. And it also can expansion to other sites. Let me give you some examples. For the heavy rig, we use this system and combine with the diesel generator, gas generator, or electrical grid to come together to work efficiently to save the cost and reduce the CO2 emission. And for the oil and gas well site removed without the grid electricity, we can use this system, create a microgrid system, provide the power for the removed oil and gas well sites. For the drilling camp, we also can use the PV storage integration system to replace the diesel generator to achieve the zero emission. And for the area without stable grid power, we use this system as a buffer to provide the stable and reliable power supply. Okay, in the end, and for this system, we create a closed loop integrated energy supply project. We make the oil service company efficient, intelligent, and environmental friendly. So this is my sharing. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Yu. We will now take a 15-minute break before our next showcase.
Good evening, everyone. We are just starting the SPE project showcase a few minutes in advance. The first project showcase from SPE would be 10-year artificial lift journey in 2400 PCP wells to top quartile performance in Oman. The speakers would be Mahmoud Al-Hinai, Abdullah Al-Harthi, and Basam Mohammad Salim. Can we please have you on stage?
Good afternoon, everybody. We can start? Yeah, this will be presenting right now for the BCP journey in the last 10 years, where we started with high failure index, low mean time between failure, and with a failure strategy conducted for around 10 years, end up to be 1/3 of the failure index and double time of the mean time between failure. Go to Nick. Next, please. Next. Actually, if we can see here, this is not the first time for awarding this system in BDO. We already the best winner of the showcase last year in 2025 was one part of the system, the BOB, dual RAM BOB. And also we have a paper will be presented tomorrow, SCP paper 232-632, related to the slim hole pump we are utilizing in BDO for BCB. And also we get a winner for this project showcase, 14 years journey of BCB. If we started for the BDO challenge in BCB, we have around 2,400 wells in BCB, with around 200 wells new drilled every year. And with this huge number of wells, the expected gain from the reduction of the failure will be huge impact, either HC-wise or economical-wise. We will explain here the journey, the 10 years journey of this BCB, which started with a failure root cause analysis, and we have in BDO our own system for the failure strategy, where we start to identify the problem for each part of the system, pump, rod, and the tubing, with deep investigation for what we have as a failure mode. And based on this, we concentrate on the failure, which is less than 1 year, and considered under a program called the goal deployment. And we started to track the failure of this low run lifetime failures. And based on this, we start with dealing with this failure to see the improvement in the system year after year. We actually depend on two cases here. Depend on the material and depend on the digital input, which related to the automation of the system. So we select the material, we try to select the material which is more suitable to our challenge we have, either related to solid, related to corrosion, related to high H2S, which we are dealing with. Actually, we started to go for a different pump geometry, which, as I told before, it will be explained in a separate paper in this conference, inshallah, tomorrow. And this was actually make a great difference related to deal with a solid and related to the challenge of open hole, which we have in different fields in BDO. Related to the tubing and the rod material, we started to upgrade the material of the tubing we are using before. Instead of using carbon steel, we upgrade the material of the tubing into 3 types of tubing we are using right now in BDO: chromium 13, GRE, bull line tubing. And for the rod also, considering the fact of high corrosion rate we have, we started to utilize a coated rod and alpha rod, which also have a good resistance for the corrosion and to show improvement of the system. Then, as I told before, after we work on the material of the system, which is the hardware, hardcore of this system, we started also to have some implementation of the digitalization in the system, ensuring the system will be under full monitoring, full automatic monitoring. We started this with BID, this BID and Foresight. We already succeeded to optimize the system and keep the system all time under monitoring for 24 hours, considering that increasing the speed or decreasing the speed will be directly affected by the signal of the downhole gauge. So we avoid the failure of the pump related to low fab or any other issue. So we get the maximum, and we consider that when we are getting the maximum, the system is still under protection. Also, we have also some other digitalization related to the remote control of the system, and we are succeeded to have this either to make this remote control either related to stop or start or related to the optimization remotely. Also, we have a good and actually very good system related to the proactive and predictive replacement of the material for the pump and the rod and the tubing. This happened through a digitalization system where we adjust or know per field, each field, what is the maximum RPM that will continue as a cumulative for each field. And when we are making this separate between field and field, we end up that we have a clear vision when we proactively attend all these wells. Actually, this also have a good impact in our system. Slim hole pump, as I said, this is SBE 232632 and will be the, inshallah, delivered tomorrow through in maybe meeting room number 8. For the tubing material, we talk about chromium 13 GRM, and we have the rod for molded guide. We started to have a molded guide rod with a design, a unique design, let's say, for BCB especially. And with this design, we get improvement for both sucker rod and for beam bump, for BCB itself, and for the tubing. We reduce the erosion and have a good run lifetime for the tubing. Alpha rod, this is the Tenaris product, and the coated rod also was Tenaris product. This is corrosion resistant, which improves the system. I think this is we talked about before. This is the 10 years what we passed through since 2015 and moving on. Actually, it's not shown there, but we started 2016 was applying the slim hole pump. In 2017, we moved to the molded guide. 2018 GRE tubing and the molded line. 2019 BID. 2020, we started to have a digitalization system, as I said, for optimization and protection of the system, automatic optimization of the automatic protection of the system. And we started also to introduce chromium 13 tubing and to have in the end, I did not see actually. Anyhow, right now this is a complete loop. It started 10 years before and to continue. And we saw the result, what we saw before, 1/3 of the failure index, 2 times of the mean time between failure. And we achieved the global top quartile performance since 2020, either in operating company here in Oman or in the oil operating company working with Shell. And this is done through the benchmark done in side Shell or with MOG in Oman. There is, of course, HSE impact on this. When we reduce the failure in this way, we have a significant reduction in the physical site intervention for attending all these wells, either related to the intervention, related to the APU, related to the man-hour we are working with. So this is also have a great impact on the HSE, which is also improving the performance of HSE of the team. As I said before, it was 2,400 wells, which is a huge number. Maybe this is the highest number of the BCB well worldwide outside Canada, which when we implement this strategy since 2016 and moving on, actually, it shows a significant improvement in the system, and this system is still improving until now. This is all what we have, and we'll open the floor for discussion. If any question, I'm willing to hear. خلاص, I wanted to thank our team here. Sulaiman Al-Gabri, our manager, and Ahmed Al-Amri, Ahmed Al-Zidgali. I wanted to thank also Mahmoud Al-Hanai and Abdullah Al-Harsi for their great effort, and thank you to everyone. Thank you.
Our next speaker will share how PTTEP is using ADAS and AI-enabled fatigue machine monitoring to improve fleet safety and reducing road incidents. Please welcome to the stage Ms. Ortep.
Okay, shall we start? Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Artip Jirapanchai. Come together with my colleague, Mr. Tianchai Wangwalakun. Today, we would like to share our journey about the predictive fleet safety management, focusing how we use an ADAS and enable fatigue monitoring to prevent road incidents become before they occur. This presentation is not just about technology, but this we're gonna share about how we can protect life and the driver behavior change. Also, we can achieve the zero vehicle incident. Before we go through the project, I will introduce to Mr. Chien Chai to talk about our company in onshore field first.
Okay, here is my operation. We call Siligit oil field, located in the north of Thailand, cover about 4 provinces as a Sukhothai, Kamphaeng Phet, Phitsanulok, and Uttaradit, in area about 1,300 square kilometers. On the day-to-day, our operation have to drive the road on the straight and long highway road in the concession area that is between the workshop and the production facility, which significantly increase the driving efforts, the fatigue risk. Sorry for the share, block the screen. But we will start with the why we do this project with Khun Autip.
Okay. So you can see the statistic. We are review our vehicle incident from 2021 to 2024. You can see the incident increased day by day. However, in 2024, we have a major turning point. We got one lost time injury. This incident came from one of our staff. He drove back from the well site to the sub-production station in the long road straight. Also, he fell to sleep, and then the accident happened. During our investigation, we asking him, and we know 2 key factors on this incident. One, he fatigued and he got a micro sleep. And another, we have inadequate real-time monitor. This incident clearly shows us the traditional reactive safety control were no longer sufficient. This incident became a critical moment that focused us to ask the important question: how can we effectively manage our vehicle operation in 24 hours a day? Our operation, including 134 vehicles, 50 road tankers, and also we have more than 450 drivers, and they drive over than 50,000 kilometers single a day. And by analysis root cause and the statistic you see in the previous slide, it shows us for a new approach info solution. First, we implement installation and intelligent driver assistant to support safer driver behavior. And second, we introduce the real-time vehicle and driver monitoring, supported by the centralized control center. And third, we deploy AI-based fatigue detection inside the vehicle. And finally, we get all the data together in the cloud platform, and then we can analyze trend, identify the risk pattern. Also, we can prevent the incident before it occurs. This makes our transition from reactive incident management to predictive safety management. Our approach called predictive fatigue risk management, moving from early risk identification to practical action. The first step you can see in the right-hand side is identify the potential fatigue risks such as yawning or loss of control. This is using in-vehicle camera supported by the AI analysis. And the second, in real-time monitoring through a centralized control center. When a fatigue event is detected, the system is called to the control center, and then they will be analyzed and identify and they are they have to verify this is going to be happen by the live monitor inside the vehicle. We are installed the camera, as I said. When it confirmed, the centralized person going to call to the driver and tell him or suggest to less management, journey management. Also, if we found they're going to sleep or high risk, we call them and tell them to stop work, like to stop the car and find the place to rest. And the third step, the data recording, all the data going to be recorded in the cloud platform. And this is going to be a final step. We use that data to identify the risks. Also, we understand the root cause, why the incident gonna be happen. And this can support in our ultimate goal, zero vehicle incident. Before we go through the result, let Khun Thien Chai introduce the method, how it works.
Let's go to the fatigue risk management system. We will design on 3 states at the closed loop. First, we can use it's easy. To ensure the system run easily, we use AI, human expertise, to ensure that the driver return home safely. First, we will go to monitor how to monitor the unsafe condition, unsafe act. We use an ADAS to detect outward the vehicle on the road as a lane departure, forward collision, or the distance between our car to another car. Secondly, we use the fatigue detector installed inside the cabin, can detect the biological logic as a phase detection to detect fatigue as a micro sleep, yawning, or the overall phase to detect the overall phase as a fatigue point. After that, they will alert in the both of the vehicle and the control center. Then we will use the GPS man to verify any issue, and the data will collect and compute. After that, if the severe incident, we will stop the incident before it happens, or we will use, share the block, we will have a fatigue intervention plan for stop any fatigue while driver. Go to the next, we will test the sensor. Here is a video, we will show you that it's a detect the while driver drive a car in the control road, into control driving center. We have used fraud the driver close the eye and they will alarm in the cable, in the cabin. Driver close the eye and the beep occur in the car, and the control center we will show that in the IR camera detected. Okay, we go to the result. We have a incident in the 2024. The result in the 25, we have a significant data improvement in the from root cause analysis on the road tanker incident. First, we had the yawning icon reduced up to 75%. The detective reduced up to 60%, and the fatigue reduced up to 50% from the road incident and root cause from incident. After in 2026, we have interesting point from the fatigue and yawning, or yawning and yawning. First of driver, we've shown you that our will have a major improvement that is change the driver behavior. So we have to go, what if we go to move, to improve, to identify who is the real genius fatigue indicator, and we design the tailor feedback to each driver for the
Okay. As you see, this is the result from the system. And another result we would like to show is the incident statistic. You can see the result. It can speaking for us. The result from the vehicle incident statistic, it can show 2025, the incident is decreased in overall 36% reduction. And if we see only the pickup truck or the small vehicle, it can decrease about 33% for the pickup. And this is, we have the real-time data. As we told you that, we have an inside vehicle camera. Also, it can be real-time. For the centralized, keep it, and then we can have a risk alert. Unsafe driver behavior, and identify and correct before the incident occur. This confirms that the predictive safety to rework. And this is a business value. You can see after the implementation, our predictive free safety management system, the impact gone beyond safety performance along it deliver clear business and organization value. First, this initiative drives predictive safety innovation. By applying AI and real-time alert, we have shifted our approach from responding incidents after they occur, and we change to anti-risk happen and preventing them in advance. The second, the safety impact is crucial as the statistics show that the impact or the incident is reduced 36% in overall. While in the meantime, we got the zero high severity incident, no incident anymore. Directly support this one. Zero incident transformation organizational KPI. And the third, the system significant exchange risk control through the real-time monitor. The centralized center, like a controller, they can see the risk, they are identified, verified, and also they can manage whether the driver driving the car and they are still in progress. And also, this is later than rely on the post-incident review. Additional of the safety, this initiative also improve our operation and sustainability by the driver vehicle change because they contribute for the fuel efficiency, emission reduction, and also this is the overall sustainability, aligning safety with environmental responsibility. Finally, you cannot see in the slide, but I can tell you. Yeah. The solution, this one is high cost value. It's very effective, but it costs only $30 per vehicle per month. We can say that we achieve the high value safety outcome, providing that advanced safety technology can drive the strong return both in people protection and business performance. In summary, this project demonstrates how AI-driven safety management can simultaneously strengthen safety culture, operational excellence, and long-term sustainability. In conclusion, yes, we are. This is our predictive free safety management program demonstrate the technology. When combined the people loop, people, they are the human-centered intervention, can save life, and I said in the beginning, we have a goal, save life, driver behavior change, and also we have a cultural transformation towards zero road incident. So thank you for your attention, for your time. We would like to answer on your question.
Thank you.
Okay. No question, okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for that enriching presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, that brings day one of OPES Talks 2026 to a close. We have covered an extraordinary amount of ground today. Day two begins tomorrow at 10 a.m. sharp, and our focus shifts to the energy transition, renewables, grid integration, and ESG, followed by our digitalization and AI track and the LNG Horizons program. The exhibition floor remains open. We hope to see you there. Safe travels this evening, and we look forward to welcoming you back tomorrow. Thank you. Yes, it's a wrap. Thank you. Oh, perfect. Should I just pretend? Perfect. Can you just take one of me smiling? That's nice. Sorry, my LinkedIn. Thank you.